shot because it's easy to get lazy just to hit the green. You have to push yourself to get to the quadrant of that green.
You've been playing this golf course for a long time. What it's been like to see the evolution of it, Curtis?
Well, everything's improved, hadn't it, since '03? And then I was actually played a little bit a couple of years back in the '70s here. Everything's improved. The grasses. This golf course has gone through a lot of change over the years.
It's done quite a job.
Yes,
quite a job making this event, this venue, a big time venue. You saw the Højgaard bid for birdie there. Now Schauffele.
Not too much in this putt. Extremely makeable. Just slammed it
Through the right edge.
Sometimes you get so comfortable you want to try to make it instead of letting it happen.
And so that's where that trio stands. It's been eventful, and we see 4 unders currently setting the pace. And we say hello to you at home alongside Curtis Strange. I'm Scott Van Pelt. And Curtis, we start early on ESPN Plus, and you watch the morning wave, and you got to remind ourselves there's an entire afternoon of some of the very best in the world that are going to get their swings at it. Yeah. As you've been watching throughout the morning, in terms of what stands out that you're seeing with the golf course, where do you start?
Well, I think everybody knew what was going to face them this morning. It was going to be soft fairways again, maybe a couple of mud balls. But with that comes softer greens. Now, these greens with the sub-air have been firm every afternoon after all the rain. It's been amazing, and they've kept their speed. Yeah, like we said earlier, if this sun continues to bake out these greens, soft conditions, hard, fast greens, it's really a tough combination.
It is, because it's walking the golf course. The description that I heard was it was a bit like a sponge. If you spill something, that before you wring it out, when you'd step, it wasn't just that your foot would squish, it was splashing. And yet, even then, those greens maintain some firmness. So to your point, if this sun keeps baking the way they say it will throughout the remainder of the week, these greens could present an amazing challenge, couldn't they?
Yeah, and I think the fairways as well, the first couple of days as they keep their moisture, you're really going to have to be a good ball striker. You're really going to have to compress this golf ball, lean the shaft forward to catch the ball first because it's still soft. And once you get the greens, we just made the point that the greens are so big, you really have to focus on small targets up there because you can hit a lot of greens here and be 30 and 40 feet all day long and never make a birdie. So you have to force it into the quadrant of the green sometimes when you really don't want to.
There are currently 22 red numbers on the board and 4s. There are now 5 of those on 4 under par. You see that this at 76-26 is the 4th longest layout in PGA Championship history. Water is in play on 6 different holes, most notably on that finishing stretch, 16, 17, and 18, fairly legendary. There are some mammoth par 4s, 8 at more than 450. Several start with a 5. I know that's not new out here, but boy, there's some there's the 520s, 530s. The most difficult holes through the years here at Quail Hollow, traditionally the first and the last. And of course, record here 61 by Rory McIlroy. And again, Keith Wood deserves a whole lot of credit. The architect, George Cobb, Tom Fazio got involved and had a number of different tweaks. Again, Johnny Harris, I made the point on ESPN Plus. Give him a ton of credit. This is a guy that seeks counsel from these players, is interested. What could be better? Augusta National member, the same idea there. What could be better? How do we make it better? Always seeking some feedback on what they can do to improve things. And the finishing stretch, 16, 17, and 18. When you earn a name, right? When you earn a stretch around tour, then people go, oh, the Bear Trap, the horrible horseshoe at Colonial, wherever the case may be, the Green Mile as it's described here. You've got a challenge, and 16 is enormous today. I haven't been a birdie made all day. We're going to introduce the hole announcers in just a bit. Matt Barry has been documenting it very well. 16, it's not just that you can't make birdie, it's just that close, the average proximity to the hole is about 60 feet. Well, that's my point too, is that you're playing away from the hole if it's on the left side. If it's on the right side, it's just such a big green. 17 is an awkward green for such a long shot, and then of course 18 is intimidating from start to finish. All right, you've seen and hopefully this morning on ESPN Plus heard all of our hole announcers, and it's a pleasure to be with everyone as we take you through the afternoon here on ESPN Plus. Here on 5, Schauffele on the tee. Yeah, these players, all 3, are long enough to carry the right bunker.
Rough, not real tall, almost 3 inches, but very, very thick. Overseeded with ryegrass, and then the moisture make it even more so.
Considering the strength that this club is in Rory's bag, it's just odd, Curtis, to see him struggle with it. He did last week at Philadelphia, and it continues to be a bit of a challenge today.
Well, when you're a big swinger and a big hitter, your timing, your rhythm has to be spot on.
That's been the miss, and that's left of the bunkers. There's 3 bunkers out there that kind of guard the fairway, but that's left of them. Meanwhile, up on the 5th green.
Pretty flat from this portion, a little bit from left to right. I'll tell you what I've seen this morning is a lot of players coming up short from downhill, protecting from the speed.
Rasmus Højgaard runs out of gas on the tee. It's Scotty.
Tee shot just screams for a little tiny fade just like that.
Maybe too much.
Too much.
As I said, trio of bunkers, dog leg to the right to 6.
Matt Fitzpatrick just a couple shots off the lead, and we've seen him with some really brilliant chips with that unique style. All right, only one birdie all day at the 17th. This is the birthday boy, the club pro, John Summers, from outside 60 feet, turns 34, and he makes a birdie at 17. One of the most famous par 3s anywhere. Happy birthday. 18.
European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald trying to get up and down for a round of 67.
And this is his strength. Below average length off the tee. Good to see him playing well, but it doesn't mean a shorter hitter can't play well, but they have to be so precise.
Back to 5 here, and Scotty from that bunker.
It's a pretty good play. Ooh, that was lacking a yard, Scott.
He'll be needing that one again from bunker to bunker. To 16.
Scott, good afternoon. Great chronicle of the 16th and the difficulty of it. Still yet a birdie on this hole. The average proximity on the approach, 56 feet. No one inside 12. Other than that, still brutal to the 15.
And the second, Stephen Jaeger.
Pretty good lie from the short cut. Second shot up the hill.
Oh, that's excellent.
That's a big hit.
Folks that watch week to week on the tour, there are names that you've seen here on first round leaderboards a lot. Jaeger, Højgaard, play very well from the start, and they're doing so yet again. Rory from the bunker.
Kind of in between clubs. 153 yards.
Really doesn't look like the best of lies either.
No, it's sitting down a little bit, Curtis, and this is an 8-iron. He's going to come in pretty steeply on this one.
See, that's the beauty of Rory McIlroy. He doesn't seem to allow poor tee shots or poor shots to affect him like it might others. Always has that great shot to recover.
Now Xander.
Well, much closer, trying to take it over the tree. Boy, that is solid contact. Had 122 the hole, had play left. That's a really good shot from the position he was in.
That have been watching on Plus this morning, that's kind of a microcosm of the day, just a little bit off, not the sharpest for that trio. Smalley on 9, 531 par 4.
After eagle in the 7 and birdie 8.
He got in when fortunately Saad Nagala forced to withdraw, and Smalley making the most of the opportunity. Only 2 bogey-free rounds on the golf course at the moment are the 2 Ryder Cup captains. That to finish it off. Go ahead, Luke. 47-year-old, former world #1, hasn't made a cut in any event he's played.
Only played 4
Right.
events.
That's what I mean. Look, his focus is on his captaincy with the European side.
Did a pretty good job 2 years ago as well.
211.
Ryan Gerard, and he pours one in. Maybe the hole we're seeing the most long putts made, the 11th. Seen a lot of long birdie putts at 11. That's back-to-back birdies for Ryan. Now, co-leader still, Alex Noren. Coming off bogey. This is for par, and just slides by. 16, 17, 18, taking a toll again. That'll be a bogey for Noren. Back to 5.
You see the distinct pattern here of the bunkers raked at the bottoms. Scotty trying to get up and down.
It's pretty well played from there.
I'd say so.
Bunkers aren't real tough here this week. They're not very deep. There's a few of them that are 5 or 6 feet deep, but all pretty manageable for these skilled players. Nice to see an old school golf course, tree lined every hole, framed with great oaks, pines.
The trend of the moment is to come in with the chainsaw.
Yes, sir.
I don't know when the tree became the enemy, but.
Well, the enemy is the shade and the inability to grow grass under them, but they certainly have plenty of that here this week.
I understand that. I just feel like there's some golf courses where they seem to have grass for a long time, and the trees were taken down. That's
I couldn't agree more.
neither here nor there.
Well, it is. It's important here because it's not only framed with bunkers and big greens, but the trees make a lot of these holes as well. Your point.
I agree.
Yes.
We agree. I just don't want to belabor the point. I'm talking about a golf course that isn't this one. Xander for a long distance birdie. Keep waiting for that one to go in and jumpstart the momentum. It's been difficult to find for this.
You know, this is not an easy putt either. I mean, this is one you have to be careful of. You get it going with any speed past the hole, you can drift away 5 or 6 feet. And there again, Curtis, you just kind of see it. These guys very defensive.
I think they know the way it's played in the past is just not quite fiery because of all the rain.
By the way, I like the trees, especially as hot as it is.
Especially when you're out walking golf courses. To 17.
Hisatsune for birdie. Now they're just going in at 17. The lid's been lifted.
And you get a birdie. And you get a birdie.
It's his 4th on this side. Pretty impressive.
All right, Jaeger for eagle and the lead.
Down the hill, very fast right at the hole. Easy.
At least he'll be able to go up the hill with it to try to make birdie, to take the lead on his own. Never finished better than 50th in the PGA Championship, but again has been playing so much quality golf. Back to McIlroy and the birdie putt. That burns an edge.
Yeah. He's hit a couple of good putts that crease the edge. I think he's really done a good job, Curtis, of you know, just kind of cobbling this round together. I mean, he hadn't had his best stuff by any means, and if he could get it to the house even par, that'd be some good work.
That's what the great players do, Billy. They don't hit it in the fairway all the time. They don't hit all the greens, but they have the ability to score when they're not at their best. He certainly showed that the last round at Augusta. Hung in there, really tough, and came through at the end.
Schauffele for hard-working 4.
These are the putts for Scotty that can get away from him every once in a while.
This one's straight up the hill, moving to his left. Good.
Well hold there. And he remains even par. One, two, and three in the world. In grind mode today.
I mean, it's almost like once we passed the 10th hole, the opening hole, I mean, it has been grind.
Billy, have you sensed any that the players are playing each other too much? As you know, we always heard about Jack and Arnie playing together. Are they playing their own games?
I think they're playing their own games. I think they came in here with kind of feeling like all they needed to do was have a little maintenance. And today they're just having to do a lot of work and go forward with it.
That's a case in point right there, Billy. That's much harder par putt than Xander would have been expecting given that first one. But
absolutely,
you guys both called it in advance. You've been a bit defensive with that first birdie putt, and that's a par for Xander. All right, Smalley now for birdie on 9.
Up a pretty good slope, and as you can see from right to left.
Only one birdie all day, given again that it's over 530 yards. You understand why.
Slightly uphill.
All right, Jaeger for the lead. The 35-year-old lives in Chattanooga these days, playing a ton of good golf, particularly early in events, and there he is again, atop the leaderboard here. Boy, Charlotte's been looking forward to hosting the very best in the world, and that's what you get when the PGA Championship comes to town. 99 of the top 100 in the world are here, and currently Jaeger setting the pace. As you see, all those who are under par, rounds are starting to wrap up, and some great players coming this afternoon. ESPN's coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship is brought to you by the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. Settle in, enjoy the afternoon here on ESPN.
Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. For more than a century, the best in the game have competed for a chance to etch their names on the Wanamaker Trophy and into history. This week, the strongest field in golf will take on famed Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina for their chance at major championship immortality. The PGA of America is especially proud of the Corbridge Financial Team, our 20 PGA of America golf professionals competing alongside the world's best. Now, on behalf of the more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals around the country, and with the help of our broadcast partners at CBS and ESPN, enjoy the 2025 PGA Championship.
We continue here on a sunny afternoon in Charlotte, North Carolina, Quail Hollow. Great to have you along with us. Some value plays with an eye on your wallet, presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Hideki's 45-1 to win. 19 consecutive made cuts in major championships. Patrick Reed 80-1. He's got 3 top 10s in his career at Quail Hollow. Runner-up at the PGA in 2017. Finished 3rd in the Masters tournament this year. Get him now before our guy Mitchell goes low on Thursday. He leads the tour in round 1 scoring average. Our guy Cashmere, although I think Cashmere may not be the play with the upper 80s and 90s coming. There's Xander on 6.
Be a little steamy for Cashmere, I think. Longest par 3 at Quail Hollow and a very good tee shot. One of the hardest greens to hit out here to 7.
Matthew Fitzpatrick with his second at 7, headed well left. He'll have a very interesting 3rd. Maybe get a little something to eat or drink while he's over there. Back to 6.
McIlroy on the tee.
And following suit, going with 4-iron as well. But this one slips right. That's going to drift on down.
Yeah. So the players struggle with some of those kinds of shots.
That was John Rahm with his second to the par 5 7th. This is playing 533 today, which is 2 yards shorter than the par 4 16th is playing. Don't see that happen very often. John in a nice spot to get it up and in.
All right, now 3rd to go at 6. Scotty Scheffler.
Also a 4-iron day. And I think he's got to bust it. I mean, he's got to get a little extra out of this. That's not cutting.
So that'll miss low left. A lot of green to work with for Scheffler. Now to 16.
In our leader, Steven Jaeger. Step to the tee box here as the leader. 16 has been the most difficult hole on the course today, and a good start for Jaeger. Finds the fairway. Now at 12, Gerard for birdie to move to 4 under. And how about that for an early story in Gerard joining the group at 4 under. Over to 17.
I mean, this is no offense to any of these great players, but this is an unlikely leaderboard here on the first day of the PGA Championship. Echeverry on the tee at 17. Ultra tough par 3. It's a good landing spot. Yeah, very small window to get it close, and he has done that. That's the best shot we've seen by far today at 17. Beautiful. Great birdie chance coming, ahead to 9.
It has been a struggle for Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, there was some bright spots. He birdied 7 and 8. There, I'm finished. That was all the bright spots.
He has been grinding on the range in advance of this, and it's been undone by a couple of poor swings to 6.
Well done by Scotty Scheffler.
Certainly was. Got through a couple of pick shots early in the round, but that one, perfect.
So Rory McIlroy will be next to go. And maybe not as severe where he is as some other of the little closely mown areas, swales. What do you think, Curtis?
Well, they're very closely mown, closer than the fairway. Ball roll away from the green every time. I'm not so sure I want to see the ball roll 8 or 10 or 12 steps away from the surface after you've hit a pretty decent shot.
Yeah, you have to clip these perfectly. And that's about maybe one step from really being super good. I think the good thing about it is it's underneath the hole, Curtis.
Great touch.
The 7th, Fitzpatrick with his 3rd. He's got to land it short, let it release. And it hits softly, as you'd expect in those low areas where all the water drains off the greens.
Andy, that could be the toughest hole location on the 7th, don't you think?
We'll check in on Fowler here for birdie on 9.
Boy, the putter just has not helped him at all today. He swung at it beautifully, but could not make anything.
So it's around a 73 for Ricky. You heard John McGinnis mention just couldn't get anything going. It was for those that might not have been with us this morning on ESPN Plus, the 16th hole is a whole lot of challenge. This is our premier group. That's Rory, who was out of position off the tee. Here's Scotty Scheffler, who hit a lovely drive, but lost this one left. Lee Kratz had been with this group throughout the day, and he mentioned that the word mud ball was mentioned by Scotty and Xander. You see immediately they just react, as it's the water for both. Scotty Scheffler had eagled the previous hole. He made double and still had the honor on the tee on 17. I don't imagine that's ever happened in his life. You see 16, 17, and 18, how they're playing in relation to par. Add up 1 through 15, and that 3-hole stretch is, as advertised, an incredibly difficult section on the golf course. 2-6.
Pretty amazing. Schauffele's birdie putt. That one misses low. So Xander, Scheffler, and McIlroy all with short par putts at 6 to 7.
John Rahm putting it from below the green for his 3rd at the par 5 7th. He's got a little work left for his birdie. Anytime you're putting up these hills, it's usually into the grain. It's much slower.
Par putt for McIlroy. Ooh, okay. He stays 2 over par. Only the 1 bogey on this side for McIlroy. Shane Lowry
on 9 for par.
And he has made a couple of bombs, but the short putts have troubled him.
Well, this is not going to go, and he'll match Ricky's disappointment of 73. Played very well last week in Philadelphia, had a chance to win.
Short putts left him there as well. Yep.
To 6.
to finish for par. No problem for Xander Schauffele. So a 2-putt par, the longest par 3 at Quail Hollow. And the 3 top-ranked players in the world, you can see from high up above. Scheffler finished his par. They'll all make their way to the tee at the par 5 7th.
Now Brooks for par.
He didn't mail it in after a really bad run in the middle of the round. He's got his work cut out for tomorrow, for the weekend.
It's around a 75 for the 5-time major champion.
And you You see the first 3 holes on that 9 destroying his round.
To 8.
And Phil Mickelson struggling today, his second at 8. Still has some wizardry in those hands. He's not over. He can be aggressive at 8, short par 4.
Back with birdie for 7. Middle of this fairway, trying to knock it on the green in 2 and make par. You're disappointed.
And our leader, Stephen Jaeger. Drive at 318 yards. Curtis, 226 to the hole at 16.
Aim it right center. Don't even mess with the flagstick.
In terms of approaches at 16, that's pretty good, about 34 feet. Drifts away from the hole for birdie. Can we get our first birdie at 16 from our leader as we go to 18?
All the best with that.
We appreciate your support.
Norrin from the center of the fairway. I mentioned a bit earlier a torn hamstring and glute in the winter, and played for the first time last week. Since then in Philadelphia, and here playing very well. We'll have a chance for the 3rd birdie of the day on 18 to 17.
And we saw that great tee shot, and he cashes it in. Well, Nico Echeverria, after leaving 2 in the bunker at 13, he's back to 3 under par. Just a couple shots off the lead.
And now Ryan Gerard, born in North Carolina, was bitterly disappointed to miss Pinehurst last year. So he didn't want to push too hard, but was thrilled to be here. And he is rolling. He said earlier this year, after a runner-up in San Antonio, he feels like he's raised the floor. Feels like his bad's still pretty good. Well, you're seeing his good.
On Rom with his
as good as anybody.
5/7. Nothing's happening all of a sudden. He got off to a nice start.
Okay, back to 16 and Jaeger.
Pretty well hit shot. That bounced pretty big.
Up the hill, you can see the different shades of grass going down green right there.
Still no birdies. Jaeger will have that for par to remain 1 shot clear of the 367s that are in the clubhouse. Over to 7.
Xander Schauffele with his tee shot at 7. One of my favorite holes in this golf course. Just a beautiful look down here. Creek that runs down the right-hand side. You can reach the bunkers on the left, so you've got to pull a good tee shot here.
Yeah, and I think all 3 of these players, Andy, they're thinking, boy, I have to get the 7th and I have to get the 8th.
Because 9 will be no picnic. Here's a nice look at the 7th. Playing almost a quarter shot under par. See a few balls into the penalty area in the right, few balls in the bunker. But you put it in the fairway, there's a great opportunity to make birdie. They've moved the tee up a little bit this day, so you can hit it on the green in 2. There's been that one long eagle putt. Now, Roy, see if you can hit one of those fairway finders here.
Well, he's only hit 2 fairways, Andy. Back into the wind. It's not going to be easy.
You can see his setup, Andy, for a nice cut. Oh, just screams for a little cut, doesn't it?
Well, that's exactly the same tee shot he hit at the 12th hole early on. He put it right in the middle of the fairway. It's a hole that you'd think would set up very nicely for Scotty Scheffler. Just take it at the bunkers and just peel it off the bunkers. And they know they don't have to blast it here. They can still, just a solid one, still knock it on the green with the mid iron.
Yeah, just a little bit of breeze from the players, right? Seems to like it.
Two really good tee shots. That will set up an opportunity for eagle. Let's go to 16.
Okay, Jaeger has this left for par to remain 1 shot clear for the moment, and he does you get through 16 today with the par, you're gaining a half stroke on the field. This hole playing at 4.5, the hardest in the field as we go to 15.
Siwoo Kim.
Simple pitch right up the hill.
Oh, give it to him. Little burglary there. He buries it for an eagle. Now Noren for a birdie. Not to be, but a round of 68 for Noren in his 13th PGA Championship. Finished 12th a year ago at Valhalla, off to a great start here. And in his PGA Championship debut in his state where he was born, he's tied for the lead.
Look at that backside. Nice little run.
Well, we all know what's coming. Second and 5 for Keegan.
Our Ryder Cup captain who's been playing pretty consistent golf with all of his other responsibilities.
There's some movement there.
Easy.
More of a swale than that stays there, which is good. So a man that was born in North Carolina in his PGA Championship debut, Ryan Gerard, tied at the top. Stephen Yeager, Ryder Cup captain's playing well as well. First round PGA Championship. Morning wave is finishing up And boy, we've got some spectacular players getting ready to join this competition in the afternoon. How about Justin Thomas? Looking to win here again. And a win since we were together for major championship golf in April, as he won in Harbor Town. Dustin Johnson. So much game we know, but DJ has missed the cut for the last 6 majors. Hasn't won a PGA Championship. I still think that ruling it. Whistling Straits was a tough one. Colin Morikawa rounding out the group. Won his first major out in San Francisco. He tied the 4th last year at Valhalla. 125, Jordan Spieth. All that's on the table for him, the same thing that was on the table for Rory McIlroy at Augusta National. 9th opportunity to try to complete the career Grand Slam. Patrick Reed has played well here at Quail Hollow. Was a runner-up in 2017, and he finished 3rd. The Masters at Augusta National, and Ludwig Oberg in search of a major breakthrough, but he is fairly new to this. Hadn't played here just yet, but he'll get his opportunity coming up this afternoon at 125. We mentioned the steady play of Taki Matsuyama. 19 consecutive cuts made in major championships. He, of course, a Masters champion. Wyndham Clark missed the cut of the last 2 PGA championships, but he is a major champion as well out of the LA Country Club. Tom Kim trying to jumpstart the 25 campaign. A couple of top 10s in 13 major starts. And then in the afternoon, as we get later in the day, we got some firepower here. Bryson DeChambeau, 2-time major champion, figures to use his mammoth length to his advantage. Playing wedges into a lot of these greens. He finished 2nd last year at Valhalla. Victor Hovland finished 3rd last year. Still looking for a major, but has the game to do it. And Gary Woodland been battling back issues. Earlier in the week, he told me he's getting there. He can smash it as well. Won the U.S. Open in Pebble. We got star-studded action all afternoon long, as we had all morning long. Hope you were with us on ESPN Plus. Great to have you here on ESPN. We'll be with you so groups get finished up today, tomorrow, and look forward to being here on the weekend as well from Quail Hollow. To 7.
Scotty Scheffler with his 2nd at 7.
Well, that's from 219, Andy. That was a 4-iron.
That is an absolute perfect spot for eagle.
Keegan Bradley. Birdie putt to move to 4.
Ups the slope from left to right.
Still bogey-free.
Xander Schauffele's got some tree trouble, Will.
Yeah, but I think with the yardage, he can keep it low enough and try to scoot it either up in the bunker or around the green somewhere, Andy.
Like that caught the bunker?
Yeah, kind of went up, hit the lip, came on back.
Now Rahm for birdie at 8. John Rahm finally gets one to go in. He struggled in that 4-hole stretch. 3 bogeys in 4 holes. Rahm moves back to 1 under as we go back to 7.
Now Rory, front left hole location.
Now 212, this is a 4-iron.
He's missed it left, another
It's
wild
almost
shot to the left.
It's almost like he tried to take a little off, and that's going to be a tough spot, Andy. Try to get up and down from over left.
We've seen the player struggle to get it all the way to the hole.
Well, Robert McIntyre's playing well. He's 3 under par. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. It's cool to watch his ball flight. That's a pretty good landing spot for McIntyre. You got to get it perfect. If you do, you can get it close at 17 and to 18.
JT Poston.
Just on the edge, let it run down to the hole. Didn't quite get it up.
No.
Trying to get cute, maybe, but It's very doable. Once again, not deep bunkers around there. All of them pretty playable.
Still have a chance to save par back to 17.
Yeah, we saw the great shot from McIntyre. Now Stephen Jaeger, he is the co-leader at 5 under. One of the more visually intimidating tee shots you can have. Water everywhere at 17. Well done. It's a good spot. All right, back to 7.
Back at the par 5 7th. Billy, looks like Rory's going to be first to play.
He's going to be first, and then Schauffele. But earlier at the 14th hole, we saw Rory play a shot very similar to what's facing him right now. He's got to keep it down, kind of scoot it up the edge. You just can't make the mistake of hitting this too firmly, going well past the hole.
Go. Most of the players, Bill, have come up well short here. You're hitting into that upslope, the grain, softness. Bad combination.
Jason Day for his par to finish up. PGA champion.
Pretty healthy now. Been playing some steady golf.
Good to have that class player and gentleman. So it's a 7.
Assuming it's Xander, Bill.
Yeah, it's Xander, and he's going to go ahead and play. And again, I don't think it's a lie that he's going to be able to spin. So I would think he plays this maybe just a little left of the whole location.
He's wide open. He's going to come in outside in. Slip the club through it. Oh boy, that couldn't be any better. That was absolutely incredible.
I don't think he could have dropped it and gotten any closer than that, Andy.
And that carried the bunker about 2 inches.
And Tommy Fleetwood finishes up his round. It's a red number. See, he started 3 under, gave them all back, got the birdie on the par 5 7th, and he begins with 70. Folks, remember the name Michael Block for his remarkable run. Oak Hill.
Yeah, his 4th straight PGA. I saw him the other day. He said, "You're a veteran here." Now, back over at 7, Andy.
Yeah, Rory with his 4th.
Yeah, going to play a totally different shot simply because of the lie, and played it very nicely.
We can't talk about patience enough. Phil finishing.
And his will be tested tomorrow. As you see, it's a difficult day. Made a mess of the 7th, lost 3, but forever in the history books for what he's done throughout his career, including, of course, what he did at Kiel as the oldest ever major champion.
Now Scotty Scheffler. He putted it in from off the green back at 15 for eagle. Can he do it here again?
Well, it's a really good look, Andy. I mean, with this front hole location, there are not going to be many looks better than what Scotty has here.
Well, in the next 15 minutes, he could turn this round around, knock this thing in, birdie 8, and all of a sudden he's right in the middle of it.
Yeah, big time. He has to look for this to move from right to left. Definitely a putt. I think he puts outside the hole.
There is a disappointing birdie, that would be one of them. There aren't many of them out there. Thought he had a great opportunity to make that. Beautiful look down to see this large green really cut up in 3 little spots, left front, a right front, and a back. all tied together with a couple of ridges. And if you're in the real estate business, this would be a good street to look at.
Van Pelt, your house is amazing.
That's my little pad for the week. Not so bad.
Norte, you get that Argyle going with the
Yeah,
crisscross, get out there on the old mower?
I love that. I love doing the mowing part. I don't, have people clean the inside. Let me get on the mower and spend some time. Make some patterns. Gotta love it. There are some shacks along this 7th hole.
I think you'd call them estates.
They have one. They have one down the right-hand side.
Unbelievable, Bill.
That is Rick Hendrick's house.
Oh.
And Jeff Gordon lived a year in the basement of the house.
Well, he probably had 7,000 or 8,000 feet to live in.
When you got a house that has a bridge to another house that's part of the same house.
Yeah, trying to squeeze that one in, and the way that he and Austin were looking at that was always going to be a hard, tough read.
Yeah, with 3-3 players, other than Scotty, these two players coming away with par. If he taps this one in, Xander, is you feel like you're giving a shot back to the field.
Because at least Xander drove the ball poorly and had to work a little bit.
Right.
But from the middle of the fairway with a 4-iron. Really disappointing not to make 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Andy, the 3 fairways that he's hit today, he missed the green at 12. He missed the green. He missed the green every time. Missed the green at 1, and now he's missed it here, even though this is par 5. Still, you're in the fairway, and you missed every green from the fairway.
It's disappointing, but short par 4 coming up. Maybe make a birdie there.
Max Homa. Ball in the air on a great line. What a start for Max.
They've been working hard on his game, working hard on his swing. Looks like it's coming around.
17.
To have the lead all his own, Steven Jaeger. A lot of players been pretty conservative with putts from that part of the 17th green. To 18.
After a disappointing bunker play, can post and roll it in. That was an aggressive bid to stay at 4 under.
Now Gerard at the 311-yard par 4 14th. He's taking it up well to the right. That will be almost impossible to get the ball close to the hole.
You like hitting driver there, Andy?
I think so today. I think with that front hole location, it's not a bad play at all.
Now it's Robert McIntyre's turn at 17. Trying to pour in a birdie putt. Didn't hit it. He's not thrilled. Playing well, though. Only 2 shots off the lead. In almost every other instance, you walk off 17 with a par 3 and you're happy. He wasn't real happy after a great tee shot.
Posting here on 18. So it's just the 1 shot dropped. It's a round of 68 to start.
To stay 5 under, Jaeger, no problem. A lot of solid golf from him. 16-17, derailing a lot of rounds. Not Steven Jaeger. On to 18 for him, to 8 for Schauffele.
Another rarity, another short par 4. The 8th, 342 yards at Schauffele.
Tree left of the green. Be a great start line.
Curtis, we watched this hole numerous times, and you can be as aggressive or as layup as you want.
Yeah, I think you have to pick your line. The line right today is the tree and with a little cut. Anything but the bunkers on the left. You'll see 3 woods, drivers off this tee. All depends on how you feel. It depends on where the hole location is today.
Longest drive of the day, Rasmus Højgaard, 329 yards, was able to get it up there within 40 feet. And Billy, despite the struggles, we've seen a couple of shots now of Xander and Rory smiling. They still seem to be having a good time, even though the course right now has been a bit of a struggle for them.
Well, it's like Curtis and Andy were saying, you know, you're going to have to go through patches like this, and, you know, you just have to get through it. And, you know, I think they've done a very good job. I mean, yeah, it's disappointing walking away with 5 on the previous hole, but you know, both players, obviously they think they have the power to get to this green. They're going to wait for the green to clear. So I just think if they can just get through this round, make a correction, see where they are, proceed from there.
Billy, this is just the way they played. Very aggressive off the tee.
Yeah.
Get it closer to, as close to the green as possible.
Over to 9.
And the approach for Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, 235 to the hole. Almost land this about 220.
Oh, he got a good kick, Susie.
That's beautiful.
He's played a sterling round of golf.
So still waiting. Scotty Scheffler, he already went, hit the 3 medal up there, content with a wedge in. But the distances we've seen out of Xander today off the tee, he's going to be aggressive and try to turn the round around. So while they wait to send it, we'll go back to 9.
Well, so much for me saying there's a break.
Rom second.
Great drive here. 201, about where he wants to head.
What an approach. Again, for those who haven't been with us throughout the morning, over 530 yards. They backed this tee up significantly from the last time there was a PGA or even a tour stop here. Rom with a chance to get another birdie as this group continues to wait on 7. 8, I beg your pardon.
Billy, what's the play from where you're standing of where Xander is going to look to do?
I think he's going to look just left of the bunker that guards the green side, on a little bit in front of the flag. And, you know, I think he can put it up there, you know, certainly near the fringe. No problem.
Green is clear. Fire away, Xander.
Go.
That was smashed.
We say all of this. 23 birdies on the 8th. No eagles today. You know, it's an aggressive play. Now McIlroy.
Well, Tuesday and Wednesday, I watched him hit a lot of drives. Kind of averaged out about 188 ball speed, 325 carry. Be a nice time to hit one of those. Yeah, that's going towards that big tree left of the green, Matt.
Kicks back down. Settles into the sprinkler. He'll get relief. And if they're going to make birdie, Curtis, you and I were talking a moment ago, with everything that's going on, if they can get this thing to around +1.
Absolutely.
Despite all the troubles, they'd have to feel pretty good.
We got a long, long ways to go, and there's a lot of little battles every round that you have to win between your ears. This right now is one of them.
Down to 9.
See if Rom can finish with a birdie.
Yeah, this would be nice. A little turn at the end.
We didn't give him a lot of talk pre-tournament, but coming in here, we know he has the length. We know he has the ability. Hasn't won a lot on the other tour, but never count him out.
Has been in the top 10 though throughout the year and on live, and here a red number. Made the point repeatedly this morning, just out of position after the first round at Augusta. Had to continue to fight back, but he did. Actually played himself into the top 20 there. All right, Max now for a birdie to start. Didn't have the line. Back to Fitzpatrick on 9. Last month, talking about how he played, he said it's rubbish. Simple as that. It's been awful. Doesn't have a top 20 this year. But we know this is a guy with a ton of game, a major champion. Not going to add to the birdie collection, but nevertheless, around Susie, 3 under par. He played incredibly well, didn't he?
He really did. He started off slowly, hit some poor drives in the beginning, straightened it out, and you know, really impressive that he hung in there. He's gotten up and down when he needed to, played conservative when he should have with his irons, and was able to get those shots up and down.
.68, far from rubbish. That's an awfully nice start for Fitzpatrick.
And one round can change your attitude very quickly.
To 14.
Gerard, with that shot, we've seen other players have to short into the bank, and he got his to pop over it. What a terrific play. He's made 4 birdies in a row. This would be for 5 if it stays there. Hang on. That was really a good shot. Oh, it's still trickling. Now it's not quite as good a shot. Now it's really disappointing. Oh, hey, we got a Terp.
Oh.
Go Terps.
Go Terps. Back to 8 and Schauffele.
Yeah, trying to throw it up in the air. Use a little trajectory. Oh, it nestles down pretty good. It's going to get a little bit of help.
Keeps coming back for Schauffele, trying to get another one on his card. So Scotty Schauffele will have that for birdie at the 8th to 18.
What a good-looking hole, intimidating tee shot. It goes to show you don't have to have a big lake to the left, just a tiny creek.
And it's
intimidating.
Heading that way.
Saw it bounce.
Got to get eyes on it before we say definitively.
Yep.
Club professional Dylan Newman for birdie on 13. Get there.
This is his second PGA appearance.
Folks at Meadowbrook Club, Jericho, New York, undoubtedly gathered around to cheer their man on. Love to see it. 17.
That's flirting with danger over there on that side of the green, I'd say. Rory Cantor got a little break and then rolled in a long birdie putt.
They're destroying the scoring average here.
Oh, they're lighting up 17. No birdies at 16, and we've had plenty at the par 3.
Gerard's 3rd shot. If you're going to go to this green with a driver, you better hit a good shot. Obviously, left is trouble, and we've seen the players really struggle getting it into the rough right of this green.
Well, back to Rory now at 8. That's where his drive settled. Good break. Looked like it was headed left, Billy, but yeah, he found a good spot for him.
Well, got a good spot with the drop from the sprinkler head that was mentioned. Now you have that tight little lie. Not much green to work with. I think if he lands it maybe a yard short, that would be perfect.
How many options does he have on his shot?
3. I mean, you can go ahead and throw it up there and maybe hope that it comes back a little bit, or you can fire it into the hill like that. And then, of course, you could take it a little bit higher, Curtis, but I just think he had enough cushion back there that was the proper play. He just kind of misjudged a little bit.
He did not look pleased with that effort. Still has work to do to make birdie. As we are
getting ready to welcome Justin Thomas in this group to the first round. Walked with Maverick McNeely and Max Homa on Thursday, and he was hitting it awfully well. This is a 2-time PGA champion, one here and one with a remarkable Sunday surge. Seven Hills, and buried a bomb in a playoff to win the first time in a long while. And he is an awfully confident putter, great iron player for sure. And you see that the putter has been excellent this year. That's why he won down at Harbor Town. And E. Morikawa and DJ are ready to be introduced.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. At the 1:14 tee-off time, our 2017 PGA champion from Florida, Justin Thomas.
Well, you got to give him the 22 as well, right? Two-time winner.
Can't leave one out.
I mean, it's this one. Thomas knew when we spoke at Augusta he was awfully close. Felt confident it was coming. It did the very next week. And again, looked spot on in his practice a day ago.
Just over the edge of the trees. Big dog leg to the right.
Let's go, JT!
That's going to work just fine. For those that might have been watching earlier, let the introduction be made.
Next on the tee from Florida, Dustin Johnson.
Dog leg left to right, or you can just hit it over the corner of the trees. We saw Xander and Rory both just bomb it over those trees. And DJ certainly has the length to do that, although earlier this week we saw him working with quite a few drivers, trying to find one that he felt comfortable with.
Let's go, boys!
That'll work.
Next on the tee, our 2020 PGA champion from California, Collin Morikawa.
Halfway to the slam, he won at Harding Park, coming out of a massive log jam on Sunday with one of the great shots we've seen in major championship Sunday. Drove a par 4, made it.
A ball striker will win here this week, and he is certainly one of the best.
Well said. An iron game to be envied. He's been very close, put himself in position repeatedly in the past couple seasons. If there's been an issue, it's been on Sunday just getting his nose across the line. A long way from Sunday. His championship is just getting started. To 8.
We have some ball strikers at 8. Xander for birdie to get to 1 over. Well done by Xander. Birdie hole, the short par 4 8th. Xander takes advantage, back to 1.
Adam Scott looking to begin with a birdie. Just a roll shy. Scotty's now 44. Just still a game and swing as elegant as ever. Back to 8.
McIlroy.
Straight up the hill.
Really, he just cannot find any rhythm. Won't step away from 8 and head to 9.
And the challenge that Rasmus Højgaard faces from the rough.
Just trying to get it back in play. No way to get it to the green, but he did get it to the right bunker. Looks like.
He got a lot of club on that ball from the rough from way back there. To 8.
And Schauffele.
Yeah, this one's got a little speed. It's got a little right turn in it as well. This is kind of what we were talking about. You get number 7, you have an opportunity here, and actually we've seen a lot of putts missed on the low side in this round.
So only Xander in this superstar grouping was able to make birdie. Schauffele will remain at 1 under, McIlroy 2 over, and Xander at +1. Curtis, bit of a disappointment for that group to just get the one birdie.
Absolutely, but that's the chance you take when you're trying to drive it at the green. If you don't drive it properly, it's a tough up and in. Hit a good second and just had a tough putt left.
Let's go to the drivable Van Tonder at 14, 311 yards. You get it down through the gap between the bunker and the right-hand rough, and this looks really good. Oh, hit softly. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. And we will have an eagle opportunity. We've had two eagles so far. That is the closest shot so far today.
So this now the third for Jaeger, whose tee shot did end up in that creek, Curtis.
What a tough one this is. Ball well below his feet with a creek left of the hole. You could bet that was going to go to the right. Now have a tough up and in to save bogey. Remain at -5.
This man right here could very well be the leader in just a moment.
Go figure that his birdie run would end on 14. Ryan Gerard. Well, it's quite a leaderboard. Surprising names near the top. Birdies to be had. Some of the best players in the world struggling. It's been an eventful first round of this 2025 PGA Championship.
Can it be? Yes! Unbelievable! What else would you expect?
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
It's all his now. Your new Professional Golfers Association champion.
It's the highest our sport gets, right?
Jordan Speith, who's trying to make history, trying to become another career Grand Slam winner.
Certainly, having won the other three, it's an elephant in the room for me. It's a goal of mine.
That would be the #1 coolest thing that could happen to me going forward in this sport, I think. Would it creep into my head on a Sunday in contention? Probably. Can I embrace that and use that as an advantage? That would be kind of the fun test.
We saw Rory McIlroy become the 6th member of the fraternity, Curtis. For Speith, he said, it's what he carries with him every year when he shows up at the PGA Championship, trying to make it 7 on the list. Be remarkable after that long wait if we had it in back-to-back majors, but we think it's the most important thing for Speith to navigate here initially.
Drive it in the fairway. Absolutely. Take advantage of his ability to hit some good iron shots and let his short game take over. One of the best we've ever had in the game. Pitching the ball around the greens, making important putts, but just be patient. You know, the wrist injury is good. There you see the scar on his left wrist. It was more than he thought. It would be a hugely popular win.
Well, he's someone we've known since he was a young man. He's certainly not old, but the clock ticks. His time to tee off is just about now.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 1:25 tee-off time. Now on the tee from Texas, Jordan Speith.
Greeted by quite a roar. His wife Annie expecting their 3rd child.
Quarter in.
You say drive it straight, hit the fairway. He's longer than folks maybe think. He's got the power to move it out there.
Well, I don't think he has the power to get it out of the rough on some of these long holes. So short grass is most important for him.
Understood.
Great sign.
Solid start.
Yep. Great sign for him.
Next on the tee from Texas, Patrick Reed.
Runner-up here in 2017 to Justin Thomas. Finished 3rd in the Masters back in April.
Good ball striker. Good driver. Good iron player.
Let's go, Maurice!
Careful. Bunker on the left. He's going to find it there.
Now on the tee from Sweden, Ludvig Åberg.
This guy, Curtis, just has that thing. People talk about the guy that's got it. He's got it.
He has it, and every time he steps from the first tee, he will be a factor. Played well in Augusta in April.
Still getting more acquainted with major championship golf, but he's got the goods. That's the aggressive line we saw Rory and Xander take earlier.
If there's such a thing as a natural, Åberg is it.
Well, and the beauty of the way he plays is the pace with which he plays. He steps up with a purpose and an intention, and then quickly gets about his business.
Unencumbered.
I suppose not a lot of worry in that game. Not much to worry about. Højgaard had that to save his par and drifts a bit left, but nevertheless. Still an awfully nice start. 3 under par. Thomas from the bunker. John McGinnis is with this group, and John, he'd take that 9, actually 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Get back to John in a moment. Scotty's second on 9.
Another 6-iron. The best he's hit today.
That's as good an approach as we've seen on 9. Spectacular from the world's #1 player. If this is his ho-hum round, look out. Morikawa on 1.
Coming from above the hole, down the hill.
Now Xander, his second on 9.
Well, actually, a pretty clean lie.
And that's right on line, but from the rough was never stopping. Back to 7.
Keegan putting from off the green. Going to be very slow. Has to miss that sprinkler head just to the left. Who just barely missed it. That was well done. He really had no chance to pitch it. Had to putt the ball, and fortunate just to get it skirting by that sprinkler head.
Had to be committed to that line, didn't he, Andy? If he, given that that big sprinkler head was in the way, and this group is superstars. For certain, it's been a grind basically since about 8:30 this morning.
Well, you saw Rory walk up to the green, and actually the tee shot wound up near a pine tree. He did quite well to get it to this position, and I'm going to say he's right at 70 yards. But it's tough to go around here only hitting 3 fairways, Curtis.
Yeah, Billy, and this is a tough shot too. So much green in front of him, tough to judge where to land it and the rollout here.
I can tell you that Bradley did make his birdie on 7.
Maybe made easier with the downward pitch on this. He can go ahead and count on this ball, kind of taking that big leap forward.
This is the shot I don't think anybody really practices enough, from professional golf to amateur golf. Good shot.
I'll have that for par.
Left it below the hole.
All right, now Jaeger, one of our co-leaders, after finding the creek. This is his 4th. That's awfully good. He'll have that to stay within 1 of the lead. Meanwhile, Gerard.
Really lofted club, get it on the edge, downhill all the way to the hole.
That's on the move. Gerard. That's a 3. Look at the back 9. North Carolina Tar Heel.
Living in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Have him chanting, go, go, Carolina, Lina. He's 7 under and on the lead on his own by at least 3.
Eager opportunity for Montanda, and got another. Got some fire happening on 14 and 15.
Well, club professional Bobby Gates at the par 3 17th.
Dave, his grandfather was one of my first sponsors.
Is that right?
Yep. What a shot.
Your granddad would have been pretty proud of that shot from the Summit Golf School in the Woodlands, Texas. One of the best we've seen all day at 17.
All right, tonight we see Schauffele take a big swing, loft it up in the air, hopes it lands softly.
Yeah.
Speith in the middle of the fairway on 1. That's going to end up in one of those 2 bunkers. Good news is he's as good a sand player as there is out here. But that's not what he was looking for. To 2.
Tyrrell Hatton, birdie putt down the hill. Hatton, it's a nice start for him. Tough par 4 first, makes a par, and now to 1 under with a birdie at the second. Go back to that first hole.
Oh, bird.
Plays about 6 yards down the hill, 182.
On a nice line.
Very
Excellent.
efficient.
You see that club face is behind the ball for a fraction of a second, and he pulls the trigger. All right, now Jaeger to stay within 3 of the lead, Gerard, and he walks that one in. So the tee shot cost him, but only the 1 shot. Jaeger, a round of 67, matches Fox and Smalley and Donald. Now Xander for par.
Be a nice one to get. A couple of good putts to end the round.
That was a hard-fought 72 for the reigning champion. He's going to stay in the fight in these major championships.
Yeah, it's kind of like once they hopped on the struggle bus, they couldn't get off.
It was crowded. You want to ride in the front?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm fine.
No, you got a round trip ticket today.
Rory with a lengthy putt.
This would be one of those professional pars, Curtis.
Well, this is what makes him so good right here. This would be a big putt too. It's currently at +2. A struggle today. Be nice to finish off with a positive note. Get over to that practice tee and hit some balls.
Nope. Not to be. He said I pulled it. It appeared. I could read his lips on that one. And for a man who, as everyone undoubtedly aware, has won here on 4 different occasions, it's not what anyone had scripted.
Yeah, it just makes the rest of the tournament that much tougher. Every shot that much more magnified.
So 1 number in the red. There's a lot going on this card. An eagle that was followed immediately by double on 16 at the end of the day. It's a round of 70. Scotty Scheffler and this world-class trio. Difficult day, but that's the major championship golf. If this is his poor round and it's still around under par, you got to remember that come Sunday night.
Well, Scotty, and even the putt for Xander there. He could look back on that as it inspired him maybe for tomorrow's early round.
And now the fun begins, Matt Berry.
Yes, it does, Scott. Our leader, Ryan Gerard, steps to the tee at 16.
I made the comment earlier. He's living in Raleigh. He's from Raleigh, living in Jupiter now, like every other person on tour. Do they have a little town community?
What they don't have is state tax, and I think a lot of folks figure that out. All right, Cameron Young.
Let's don't go there.
63 feet on its way. Do it for Gordo. How about it?
Well, he needs it because he has been struggling this year. A lot of talent, that young man, but hasn't quite got any momentum yet.
No greater supporter than our guy Gordo. Those that listen to our SV pod and are familiar with our show, and great research nuggets provided by him. Here's Speith trying to get up and down on 1.
Not taking advantage of the good shot in the fairway. That's what he cannot do here this week.
All right, so we take a look at this leaderboard, and Gerard, again, Carolina Tar Heel, a lot of folks here cheering him on. That's a gigantic story at the moment. So too is the fact that European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald played a bogey-free round of 67. Visited with Marty Smith when he was done.
European Ryder Cup captain Luke Donald showing his guys the way today, sir. If I say to you that it's your lowest first-round score in a major championship since 2004, ties the best you've ever done in the first round, what's your reaction?
Well, obviously I've been trending this year, 5 or 6 missed cuts in the events I've played, so golf's a crazy game. Yeah, obviously incredible to go out and bogey-free in a major tournament is fun. I think I must have been inspired by some of my Europeans who've been playing so well this year.
What was working for you today?
Really well on the greens, you know, and around the greens. I only hit 9 greens today, but you know, putted really well. I think when I did miss greens, I was missing in the right spots, so giving myself reasonably good looks to get up and down. These greens are very fast, very slopey, and so if you miss it in the wrong side, it's almost impossible. So good putting though, and you know, got the ball in play a little bit more off the tee.
Excellent work. Thank you for your time. You keep playing like that, you might just have to put yourself on your own team, sir.
Well, don't know about that. One round, but it's a good start. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
Great start for him. As you see the surrender cobra, as I believe they call it, for Rory McIlroy. It's not the day he had in mind. 1, 2, and 3 are finished up for the day. Look, if you show it, you know I'm going to say it. Go Terps. Although our Terp is a whole lot more handsome, I think. With all due respect to those particular Terps. Quail Hollow, I'm as free as a bird. Gerard, your leader, 7 under. '25-year-old Ryan Gerard, North Carolina Tar Heel, here in the state where he was born. Although he was born in Raleigh, but neither here nor there. Undoubtedly plenty of supporters following him around as he sets the pace ahead of a quartet of players who have turned in rounds of 4 under par. Keegan Bradley, out there working on around 4 under. Ludwig Åberg now with a birdie bid on 1. It's on a great line. Just runs out of steam. Åberg begins with a par 4 on the first, which is just fine. It's tied for 5th most difficult hole at the moment, so a 4 there is more than acceptable. To 8.
Well, we just heard Marty Smith with Luke Donald, the European Ryder Cup captain. The American captain, Keegan Bradley, having a heck of a day. And that short par 4, he's put himself in a great position to make another birdie. That's kind of just an incredible story, the way those two are playing today.
It is amazing. All right, Speith for an up and down. He saw Ludwig's peel off to the right and was maybe expecting that. Did not. So it's a shot drop for Speith to begin his first round. The second.
This is a par putt down the hill for Justin Thomas.
Drove it right behind the tree, pitched out, and then played the air. Basically had bogey or more written all over it from the tee.
Happens a lot out here. Meanwhile, speaking of amazing stories, Ryan Gerard 7 under, 3 shots clear on the hardest hole on the golf course, his second shot. And he hits the green. He's in good position. If you're just joining us and you missed, Schauffele, Scheffler, McIlroy all made double bogeys on that hole. All of them. Now the birdie putt for Keegan Bradley. Oh my goodness. That's a shock to the system. And he makes his par. He still has not made a bogey all day.
He and Luke Donald, the only bogey-free rounds of the day on the golf course, among those playing, not just beginning the rounds, obviously.
Oh no. That was for bogey, huh, John?
Yeah, there are family members asking me not to be around their players anymore.
Yeah, you were not the magic touch for Koepka, Fowler, and Lowry in the morning. Now Justin Thomas. Ouch.
The cooler, John McGinnis.
Not the reputation he's looking for, I'm sure.
Let's take a look at the journey to the championship presented by Chase Sapphire. Bryson DeChambeau, best finish in the PGA Championship came last year at Valhalla. He was defeated at the very end by Xander Schauffele. He's got 3 top 5s here since 2020, the most of anyone. His most recent start was a victory in South Korea. So you think of the players around the world who won since the Masters: Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, Bryson DeChambeau as well. And given his monstrous length, figures to be a strength that he can lean on. That's not all he's got in the bag. Great deal of imagination as well. And we'll let the introduction be made and get a thought from Curtis about DeChambeau's chances this week.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 1:47 starting time from Texas. Bryson DeChambeau.
Curtis, the greatest strength that he'll be able to lean on this week is what?
His strength right there. His length off the tee. Has the strength, if he doesn't drive it well, to get it out of the rough to the green. And as you said, he won the U.S. Open at Winged Foot with his short game. He is playing well. Certainly played well at the Masters. Not a good solid last round playing with Rory, but good start there right in the middle of the fairway.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Norway, Victor Hovland.
I'll get a thought on Victor in a moment. I thought it was interesting just going back to Augusta. He was first in putting through 3 rounds, was DeChambeau, and then Dropped a shot on 3, Rory made it. Missed a shot on 4, Rory made it. And really the tournament for Bryson, I think, slipped out of his hands at that point. But he putted beautifully there as well. I think for all the length, a lot of times his putting doesn't get mentioned as much.
Goes uphill 7 yards from here. The pin is perched just on a ridge in the center of the green.
Victor has been struggling with his game, but came back and won in surprising fashion.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Kansas, Gary Woodland.
Victor's the kind of player that if the light came on at any point, it wouldn't be surprising. Gary Woodland, U.S. Open champion, Pebble Beach. Had to withdraw from an event a couple weeks ago, back bothering him, but said he's feeling there, feel like he's getting there. Powerful player. See if that flies to everything. Yep, bounces out. Not quite. Ends up in the rough there. And while this group walks off the first tee, we visit with Marty Smith, joined now by a man who's just finished up his first round, Scotty Scheffler. Marty?
Thank you, Scotty. Quite a day for the world #1. Incredible 2 under. And I say incredible. You saw a lot of this golf course today, sir. What did the course present you today?
Yeah, there's some challenges out there. Coming out this morning, you know, the ground was still a little bit wet, so there was definitely some mud on the ball, which was challenging for us at times. You know, being in the fairway and not having great control over where the ball is because there's mud on it can be challenging. But, you know, that's going to happen to everybody out there today, and so we kind of powered through that and did a good job of kind of keeping a level head out there and was able to post a decent score on a day in which, like you said, I was kind of a little bit all over the place at times.
When in your life have you ever scored a double and then had tee honors on the next hole?
Yeah, that was an interesting one. You know, Xander and I both hit it there in the fairway, and I actually didn't know what happened to Rory over there on the side. We found out as we were walking off that he had made double, but Xander and I were both in the fairway and had mud balls, and it's just tough to control coming down that hill, and, you know, both of us got a bad break there and hit in the water, and we actually had to make some putts for double, so I didn't feel too terrible about it, making a 6-7 footer for double, but yeah, it's pretty rare playing with top 3 players in the world, and double keeps the honors.
What's most important this afternoon and evening looking ahead to tomorrow?
I'm going to go hit a few balls. You know, I didn't feel like I hit at my best today, but like you said, I did a good job of getting it around. So I'm going to go hit a few balls and work out and get some recovery and, you know, get ready for tomorrow.
Excellent grind, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Scotty?
Thank you, Marty. Scotty, appreciate that. Our leader.
This would be the first of the day at 16 from about 45 feet away. It's been hard for players to get it all the way to the hole. It's not a bad lag, though. I've seen some come up way shorter than that. Well, Oberg from the fairway at 2. After a really solid par on the first. And it spins back. It might still be moving.
We're not going to see a lot of that this week. Spinning back.
Eric Steger with his second at the par 4 14th, just creeping it over the ridge. This is going to be really good. That's as well as we've seen from up on top of that hill.
Can you imagine how excited some of these club professionals are playing in their first PGA?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Playing up against, hitting balls beside some of their heroes, people they look up to and respect so much.
Eric's from Pebblebrook Golf Club in Noblesville, Indiana. I always love to give the acknowledge where they're from because they represent their club for sure, but really they represent the game. They're the heart and soul of the game. These folks that are teaching those of us that love it and want to play it better how to do it a little bit better.
You know, absolutely. Billy Kratzert and I last night were talking about our dads who were PGA club professionals.
Love it.
Take a look at the first hole, 19 yards shorter than it was in 17. You got to take it over the very edge of the trees, and there you see the tee shots from DeChambeau, Hovland, and Woodland. Woodland hitting, missing fairway to the right.
Yeah.
Good starting order.
Billy Kratzert's joined this group after walking with world's #1, 2, and 3. Good afternoon, Billy. Hope you grabbed a sandwich at the turn. You see Bryson sorting out the next shot. Such a grinder and a thinker, Curtis.
I can't help but look at Bryson. It looks like the skull and bones on his logo, and he should carry the skull and bones.
Right.
The way he plays, the way he looks. Strong man.
Powerful player. Billy Croucher will be joining this group in just a bit. Get his insights as he does. In the meantime, see Bryson taking a look.
There you see the whole location back left.
This was the hardest hole in 2017. Only a third of the field was able to hit the green in regulation. You see how closely guarded it is by those 3 bunkers. 37 paces from back to front.
All right. Tell you one other thing about Bryson DeChambeau. He's not scared. He won't back off, and he thinks he can win here.
Yeah, he's
Big
right.
deal. Yep.
The leader of this PGA Championship, Ryan Gerard, for par at 16. Tell you what, just solid golf from him, and sometimes spectacular golf. 1 bogey. His back 9 is just awesome. To 18.
Ben Griffin for a round in the red. And Griffin. Another Carolina Tar Heel.
Tar Heels everywhere.
How you feel about that, Mr. Dima Deacon? It's all right with
I'm
you?
okay with that. They throw us a bone once in a while.
Griffin part of a team victory down in New Orleans. Speaking of, 211.
He's already made 1 long putt, Cameron Young, and he's made 2 in a row. They teach you that at Wake, Curtis.
What's that? How to putt like that?
Yeah.
Well, they teach you a lot of things. I'm not sure it's putting is #1 on the list.
90 feet of putts on the first 2 holes.
That'll get you well in a hurry, won't it?
Wow. That's more than he averages per round. Cameron Young. That's a good start. Back-to-back birdies.
Gordo's guy off and running.
Yeah. FRL.
Great angle here.
Hovland now his 2nd. And ooh, that's deep. So DeChambeau has a look at birdie from the collar, and we will step aside for a couple of hours. Welcome our friends from CBS into their chairs. A Sports Center update if you're staying with us. We will see you back here with more golf for Eastern Time.
Here we go. What's up? Okay, we got a minute apparently.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Joey.
Finchy's
I got a bit of a
I'm
echo.
here. I'm here.
Hey, y'all.
I have an echo.
I'm
I
here.
do too.
Frank's there. Andrew's there.
Okay.
Sure. Let me check in with Trevor.
Hey, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. All right. Ian Baker Finch.
Welcome home, Jimmy.
So good to be home. Frank Nobilo.
Yes, welcome home.
You like my hometown?
I do. Love it.
Queen City.
Great
Yep.
city.
You belong
Andrew
here.
Cattleman.
Okay, Jim. Here we go.
Let's see. Dottie Pepper.
Hey, Jim.
How are you?
I'm great.
Welcome to my
Welcome
hometown.
back.
Yeah. Mark Immelman.
Yes, sir. Lots of people asking about you around here.
I'm sure. I got about 28 people out there today. Colt Nost.
Hello, sir. Do you have more hometowns or country club memberships?
Do you want me to check in with Michael Eaves and Marty Smith? There we go. See if they can hear us. Marty, you hear us?
I do hear you,
Hey,
sir.
buddy. How are you, man?
Welcome to my town.
Your town.
Oh.
We are grateful to have such esteemed, historically gifted talent in the Queen City.
Trev, I'm with Jordan.
You too, Jim.
Got it.
Trev, I'm with JT's group.
Got it. And Dottie's with Bryson.
Bryson, correct.
Got it. Enjoy the 2 hours.
Yes,
Quick
I am
little
here.
sweat.
Yeah.
Brad, yep.
Brad, are you back there?
I am, Jim. Thank you. Yes.
How are you, buddy? Good to have you back. You do such a good job when we bring you in on these things.
Thank you, sir.
Mark, who did you say you were with again?
DJ, Justin Thomas, and Colin Morikawa.
Copy, thank you.
Who are you with, Frank? Still with Selena?
I don't know, actually. It's a good question, yeah. I don't know. Tammy gave me a call this morning.
Oh,
so I've got-
stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Was that Mark Immelman? I got Mark. Okay. Colt. Hello, Colt. Colt. Okay.
Colt's still at the Selwyn pub.
Okay. Yeah, I can't get mine over there. I've got to leave it here.
So the first tour event that Ryan Gerard ever attended was the 2007 event here.
Yeah, he was 7-year-old.
Won by Tiger, which was on Mother's Day.
Are we allowed to say that?
I just said he showed up for a tournament here. It could have been a club scramble. The next day after Tiger won, I had dinner with the Queen of England.
No, right.
In 2007, on the Monday.
Is that like the 16th of May or something
It
like
was,
that, the day before your birthday?
May 7th was the day of the dinner with the Queen.
Okay.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
Welcome, everyone, to the 107th playing of the PGA Championship. We're about midway through round number 1. And a surprise at the top of the leaderboard. That's often the case at a major, but who knows? Maybe this guy has legs. I'm talking about Ryan Gerard. Okay, when you us first, what do you? That right there. Okay. Here's the list of commentators. Common folks. Well, we call them commentators. Trevor, Ian, Frank, Andrew, all in the Super Tower. With Dottie, Mark, and Cole down on the course. Marty Smith with the interviews. Brad Gregory with the rules. Well, Most of you were expecting something just like this. Ryan Gerard, who first attended a professional golf event on these very grounds back in 2007. He followed the final pairing of Vijay Singh and Tiger Woods, with Tiger prevailing. Now he's back and he's leading this field. And here's what's happened earlier. Rory looking a lot like Trevor on a dance floor. Meanwhile, Xander Schauffele. This was just a disaster, Trev, at the 16th. By the top 3 players in the world.
Must have been some mud, but we won't mention that.
He wasn't the only one. These is out of sequence, by the way, because it wasn't Scotty first out of those 2. I think I was watching it. Yeah. Switch that, okay? You know, because you wanted to segue to this. Second. That says that the second up there. That's the 9th. And here's Keegan Bradley. Big day for the captains.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's too bad you're not playing in this. Trevor, you of course captain on these grounds a couple of years ago for the international team.
I might have broken 80.
Luke Donald, though, look at this. European Ryder Cup captain, still has it at age 47. You saw him yesterday before this tournament started.
We won't tell that story.
I don't think he was expecting anything like this.
No.
But who was expecting Ryan Gerard to be leading this tournament?
Not me.
Crashes in for an eagle. Doesn't even know how to react.
Went for the low 5. Went for the slap.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I can still pivot back to Scotty second at the 9th. I can't.
Yeah.
Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina, drying out and sorting out this first round leaderboard of the season's second major, the 107th edition of the PGA Championship. So good to be with all of you here in the Queen City. And sitting in the Super Tower alongside Trevor Immelman, Ian Baker Finch, Frank Nobilo, and Andrew Catalan. Dottie Pepper, Mark Immelman, and Colt Nose calling the action on the course. Marty Smith alongside for the interviews, and Brad Gregory handles the rules. Well, this leaderboard, it's a surprise at the top. From Raleigh, North Carolina, Ryan Gerard is our leader with 2 holes to play. What a round he's playing. 7 under par. That's 3 better than Luke Donald and others, and he's live for par at the 17th.
So that's going to be his second bogey of the day. Just on fire on the second 9. Those 6 under for that 6-hole stretch from 10 through 15.
Pretty impressive, Trev. Just the one bogey in the round, and that was back at the 3rd. And the eagle at 15. An extra special emphasis on a memorable round for the young man.
And you look at 17, how it's been playing at about 3.3 today. He will not be the only one struggling at this tough par 3.
Tough hole, the 17th. We'll see plenty of that during the week, that's for sure. Playing in his 3rd major, his first PGA Championship.
Yes, Ryan Gerard's played in a couple of U.S. Opens, but his first PGA is memorable. Tough day, though, for the stars, like Masters champion Rory McIlroy slipping out of that shot at 16, playing in the company of Scottie Scheffler and Xander Schauffele, top 3 players in the world, were doomed at 16 today. Their 7th hole of the day. You saw Rory in trouble. You saw Scheffler hook it into the water. And what about Xander?
I mean, this is almost unbelievable at this point that he goes ahead and follows Scotty in there. He knows immediately that ball is hooking well left, and that steep bank kicks it down in there.
All 3 made double bogey at 16. And now their final hole of the day. Scotty, his approach.
This is a thing of beauty to the back hole location. Green's still got some bounce in them after all that rain. What a majestic shot.
Led to a birdie and a 200 par finish. A round of 69, he's tied for 15. Schauffele was 1 over, McIlroy +3. Meanwhile, U.S. Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley has played well today.
And there's that bounce I'm talking about. Flag high on that one. What a shot from Keegan.
And how about the European Ryder Cup captain? Luke Donald at 47. He was the first player out today, hit the first shot of this championship, and he hung on all day long. That beautiful pitch led to a round of 67.
Yeah, bogey-free, fantastic. He's played 5 tournaments this year, missed the cut in all of them. Brilliant round of golf. We
just saw Gerard give away a shot at 17, but at 15, he crashes it in for an eagle. The runner-up recently at the Texas Open. His lead is now 2. Look at this card. He's missed only 3 fairways and 4 greens. And he starts the second side, if you will, birdie, 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 par, eagle. So get ready to see him a lot the way it's going, as he is, again, a Raleigh kid, about a 2.5-hour drive away from Charlotte. His other 2 majors, he played in the last, well, he played in 2 U.S. Opens, one at the Country Club and one at LA Country Club, made the cut once. And we're at the 2nd hole now.
And Bryson.
After an enormous drive, just 96 yards remaining.
3 good shots in there, Dottie.
Excellent shots.
I've already seen 14 birdies at the 2nd today. We might see 1 or 2 more. We talked about it being a good course for the Bombers.
Absolutely, and the 2nd's a great example of that. If you've got the distance and the height, you just take it right over the corner of the trees.
Up to 18 now in our leader.
And he's wearing his North Carolina Tar Heel colors. That Carolina blue shirt. Now this always a demanding tee shot with the creek down the left. Trees on the right.
Bunker at about 290. I think it stayed just short of it. I can see it up there in the corner of the fairway. So good tee shot. Gutsy taking it down the creek with a fade.
Over at 9, here's Keegan. His final hole of the day is to stay in a tie for 2nd.
Beautiful ball striking from Keegan today. Missed just 2 fairways, 13 greens. Super solid stuff from him.
So with the bogey, he fails to match his captain opponent in Luke Donald. So it's 1-up Donald after
right.
round 1.
Maybe we can go ahead and settle the Ryder Cup right here with the 2 captains.
That is pretty impressive. Keegan, good stuff. Former PGA champion in 2011. We're at the 4th.
And Justin Thomas at the par 3. The 2017 PGA champion made a double bogey back at the second hole. He is 2 over early in his opening round. Ryan Gerard makes the walk down 18, the leader at the 2025 PGA Championship.
Tracing by Top Tracer is brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Back out at the 4th.
And Dustin Johnson has a birdie putt here at the par 3. Nicely done. Johnson playing alongside Colin Morikawa and Justin Thomas, his first birdie of the afternoon. Back to 2.
And Bryson for birdie, very makeable.
But anything above the hole needs some respect.
Well, he had the right speed, Dottie. Just gave it a little bit too much. So easy to do in the downhill putts here as we go to 4.
And Thomas trying to finish off his par. So a bumpy start for Thomas. The double at 2, bogey at 3, and he is 3 over through his first 4 holes. To 14.
This, of course, the drivable par 4, the 14th. Water down the left, and Nick Taylor's found it.
Knew it immediately. Pretty much everybody going for it today at 14.
To 4.
And the tee shot for Ludwig Oberg.
The first of 4 very difficult par 3s, and this is headed left.
Wow. And way long. My goodness.
Up to 5.
It's JT trying to get this round somehow settled down.
That's not going to help. Saw him struggle with the driver last weekend, missing to the left. And that one squeezed out to the right.
We're back at the 4th.
And Jordan Spieth on the tee.
That's an 8-iron trying to ride this right to left wind. Solid shot.
Center of the green.
Really not far from where you're aiming there. He was set up to the right, trying to swing it in, but left is no good. That's just fine.
To 5.
And now Morikawa.
With a little wind assist over his right shoulder, thread the needle between the bunkers.
And that's what he's done. Now at the 3rd.
Breeze off the left. DeChambeau.
Also hurting a little bit. Tee shots on the range were just high draws.
It's fine, managed to carry that bunker. That's a huge carry down the right side. Seemed in good spirits heading to the range this morning.
He picked that tee up like he thought it was going in the fairway, Frank.
Well, you can still move it from down there. The rough not overly long this week, despite the rain. Now Hovland.
This is the guy you wonder which victor shows up today. The guy that won or the guy who has missed multiple cuts this year.
All the work he's putting in on his swing. Trying not to miss to the right.
Always plays with the slightly closed feet with the driver. Swings slightly over the top. Nothing wrong with that. Good tee shot. Fairway's around 25 yards in width. To 18.
And we're going to catch up with our leader on his final hole, Ryan Gerard.
Doesn't look like he's got lip issues there. Oh, he did. My goodness. He smoked that right into the lip in front of him. That must have been caught thin. A little nervy to finish here at 17 and 18. This didn't even come close to getting over. Look at that.
Take the nerves away, and 17 and 18 will claim a lot of victims anyway. Brutal stretch. And 16, of course, factored into that as well. We're back at the 4th.
And Cole, how's it looking for Oberg?
Not good. He's looking for a ruling here to see if the grandstand is in his way. But Andrew, he went first, and he is definitely the longest of these 3 players. He went with 7-iron. The other 2 went with 8-iron, so I think he got a little tricked by the wind.
Just his second PGA Championship. He missed the cut in his debut a year ago at Valhalla.
Actually took a scouting trip up here last week before Philly. Got a good look at the golf course. Said it was playing very similar a week ago.
It's a course really that you think would suit him, Colt, but to be fair, he's so gifted. Pretty much every golf course out there suits him.
I was going to say, show me a course that doesn't.
When you hit it high and far and got a good short game, you can pretty much take it anywhere.
This is going to test him here, though. He's got to go way up in the air with this one. Just never flew it far enough.
And a lengthy putt left for par for the 25-year-old from Sweden. Up to 18.
And Gerard still has to play his 3rd from at least 80 yards out.
It says 89 on my computer. The trick here, he's got that little ridge that bisects the screen, so about 7 yards between the ridge and the hole location. he's going to have to make the decision if he wants to flight one down and skip it over the ridge or fly it over with a lot of spin.
Yes, agreed. 5 on top. Going too much. I think that makes really too much. I agree. I just don't think it's more. I don't believe you should win it. You got it.
Steve Hale, been out here a long time. In fact, won a PGA Championship on the bag with Keegan in Atlanta in 2011, trying to steer him in with a par. Come on back now. Just settles. He began playing at the age of 2. His father was a collegiate golfer at Florida Atlantic University, then played the mini tours back in the 80s. And Ryan says, I've been playing golf as soon as I learned how to walk. Got that passion from his father, and what a splash he's making in his maiden voyage in a PGA Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. His lowest round ever in a tournament before this week was 72 here at Quail Hollow, so he's besting that by quite some distance today.
Let's go back out to 4.
And the long birdie putt for Speith.
Won't find many better from this distance out here in professional golf. And once again, his speed is perfect.
Tied for 34th a week ago at the Truist in Philadelphia to 3.
Wyndham Clark, who's already won around this golf course. Still a good start. 1 under through the first 3. 3 stout par 4s. Start your round off here at Quail Hollow as we go to 5.
And no bargain for Justin Thomas. Already 3 over through the first 4 holes.
No bargain at all with the feet above the ball. Lip in front. That should not create any issue with good strikes. This is 9-iron in hand. Don't miss the short right.
Yeah, something out towards the tower would be ideal.
Every day. On a good line, but flat.
And just off the back. Shouldn't be too difficult from there.
Huge part of the round here for JT. Needs to get that up and down and wait for 7 and 8.
To 3.
Hovland's second shot in the air.
That was with 8-iron.
Oh, right at it. Gets it on the right level. So maybe we're going to see that sort of Victor Hovland. Lovely tree line par 4, Dottie. Very straight hole.
Elevation change, but yes, very straight.
Yeah, should be on.
You got any wind out there, Dottie?
What wind is here is into the players and slightly from the left. Now, Gary had a very, I would say, lighthearted, with a lot of positive nods, warm-up with Randy Smith this morning. It was very impressive. This is another 8-iron, Frank. Not afraid to hit a draw with the irons.
And another excellent shot. He worked a lot on the range this morning, just keeping the pace of the swing down. Very even. Slow the tempo. To 4.
And let's see if Oberg can save par.
Actually coming back up the hill here and moving hard to his left.
And the poor tee shot will cost him a shot here at the par 3. Frustrating tap in for Oberg. Now at the 6th, here is Max Homa, and he's got a birdie chance to get to 2 under.
Stay up.
Oh, so close.
My goodness, how much did that turn in the last 3 feet?
Now back at the 4th, Patrick Reed, who finished 3rd at Augusta last month, has this putt for birdie.
He feasts on left hole locations. No surprise there, Andrew.
Capitalizes off the good tee shot and back to even through his first 4. Up to 18.
All right, Gerard stepping in for this putt for par that would give him 65 if he holds it. It was a good putt too.
It was.
So shots dropped at 17 and 18. It's still going to be enough for the lead by 1 once he taps that in.
You said he started playing golf at the age of 2. That's not all he's good at. He plays the piano and the violin as well.
At the 3rd.
Bryson.
He was surprised that this ball was not in the fairway. That's pitching wedge, and that needs to get down.
Drive pitching wedge. This hole 488 yards. Too much club. That'll test the short game. Victor and Bryson, they were paired together in the PGA Championship final 2 rounds. Trevor, he can pack a big punch out of this thick stuff.
He sure can, and it's always a guessing game. Not quite sure if it's going to come out soft or come out hot, and that one got away from him.
To 5.
3rd shot for Justin Thomas.
Exquisite touch, but it's downhill after the hole, Jim.
And that's what I was saying. 5 and then 6, the tough par 3. Needs to get away with some pars there before he gets the scoreable holes.
Cameron Young climbing up the hill to the 14th tee, the drivable par 4. Playing with Aaron Rai, who won up in Greensboro in August. And Joey Highsmith, recent winner on tour. T5G on 14, powered by 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business, is elevating the viewing experience, leveraging T-Mobile's 5G to deliver a reimagined T-Box using augmented reality and AI to enhance the analytics of the golfers and the 14th hole. Cameron Young is on the tee.
Tee shot plays a little down the hill. Got 303 to the front. It looks like the mini driver there. Dangerous.
Very aggressive, but safe.
Yeah.
That thick cut of rough saved him.
Joe Highsmith is next.
So far today, we've had 14 players knock it on the surface. Interesting footwork there.
I'm going that thing, dude.
Way up on the hillside.
Yeah, they're going to need to be careful because beyond the hole, it runs straight down the hill.
It's nice that Patrick Rogers, Nick Taylor, and Dean Burmeister let him hit up. Let's go to 3.
Bryson's 3rd.
18 yards to the green's edge, everything running away from him, Frank.
It's going to run down that bank. So despite all the rain, more than 4 inches over the last couple of days, these greens are still firm. And as we've been told, championship speed, so they don't lack for pace. To 4.
Hideki Matsuyama on the tee.
Much like Speith aiming right and trying to work the draw.
Good line here. Oh, yes, Matsuyama. On the season opening event in Hawaii, he's got a birdie putt coming at the 4th. Meanwhile, here at the 6th, Adam Scott for birdie.
Is it going to stay up?
Yes, it is. Scott is all smiles.
That's just the third birdie at the long par 3 today.
6 top 10 finishes in the PGA Championship for Adam Scott as we go to 3.
Lengthy par putt for Bryson.
In total damage control mode right now.
Just take 2 from here.
Very difficult to make an early double. Manage that really well.
A little bit of meat left on the bone. Enough holes here. Big par 4s. You've got to grind if you're out of position. Ahead to 5.
And this for par.
Just on the left-hand edge up the hill, can be aggressive. Green so pure this week.
Well done. Winning one here, the PGA in 1997 at Quail Hollow. He made 20 birdies for the week. Still looking for one right now. 2017. That was. Stand corrected. You're at 18. Gerard taps it in for the final stroke in a round of 66. There he is coming in to sign the score of 66, the best round of the day so far. Ryan Gerard. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. You can find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. And by the way, he was an exceptional junior golfer, was Ryan Gerard, 2-time junior All-American in 2016 and 17. Let's go out to the 3rd.
And Victor, after a par start, was now 1 under after that great approach shot at the 3rd. He was in that battle last year. Valhalla. We finished 3rd in the end as we go to 4.
Saw the tee shot for Matsuyama. This for birdie. Well done for Hideki. 1 under par for Matsuyama as he makes his way over to the 5th. To 3.
Grind mode for DeChambeau. Well done. Out of position. Only drops 1 shot. He finished second last year. Forward to the 6th.
And the slightly downhill tee shot for Justin Thomas.
And slightly into the wind, and that's a flared out 4-iron, limping up to the green.
Anything on the green here really is good. Just 38% of the players hitting this green in regulation at 6 today.
To 5.
And Jordan Spieth at 1 over par.
138 coming up the hill, trying to smash a gap wedge. That's asking a lot.
Well, it's the 9th time he's attempting to do exactly what Rory was able to finish off at Augusta, the career Grand Slam. Here are his finishes. He's made the cut in every single attempt. This is the only leg missing is the PGA Championship.
Yeah, and coming in here in better form, T4 at Byron Nelson a couple weeks ago.
At 14, Cameron Young. His tee shot got away with it. That one, he expected more.
2 so-so shots in a row there.
To 4.
And here's Victor Hovland on the tee.
Wind from the right, that's 7-iron.
That was the right club for Hovland. He'll have a chance for birdie.
Back-to-back beautiful iron swings from Victor.
To 5.
And Ludwig has also 1 over par.
He warmed up next to Patrick Reed, and Patrick said, man, even your warm-ups are fast. Trevor, I said it doesn't take long when all you have to do is press on.
That's exactly right. You flick that switch, he's like a machine, this guy. My favorite swing in the game right now. Just 25 years old. Sky is the limit for that kid.
To 4.
Let's see if Bryson can bounce back after the bogey at 3.
All in with a 9-iron, Andrew.
Wow.
Gosh, Victor just hit the 7.
And it's too much.
And this is what's going to be interesting for me, Andrew. Remember at the Masters how he was struggling with distance control with the irons. We've already seen it here at 3 and 4.
Talked about that in his press conference this week, Trevor. As we take it to 15. J.J. Spawn. Well played.
One of my favorite characters on tour. Great sense of humor.
A nice dry day in Charlotte, North Carolina. Exactly what we needed here at the 107th PGA Championship.
back at the 5th hole. Jordan Speed trying to get back to even early in his round.
He's got to smash this one up the hill, break into his right. Oh, he flushed it, Trevor.
Actually, a good looking putt right there. Saw him putting in a ton of work with Cameron McCormack on the putting green yesterday.
To 4.
Dottie, how's the lie for Bryson?
It's quite good, and steadily up the hill from there.
It's really good. Almost holds it.
No reason not to try from that position.
Playing to the crowd. And he'll have to tap in for his par as we go to 5.
And now Oberg for birdie.
Opposite side of the hole and extremely fast.
And extremely good. Ludwig back to even par. At 6.
And the second for Thomas at the par 3.
That's a love shot off a downhill line. Not easy.
The tough day continues as Mark Thomas will have that for par.
Not hit a green in regulation either, Andrew.
Now let's check in at the action at the 12th.
Yes, Tyler Coet is an assistant pro at Johns Island Golf Club. Look at that. In Vero Beach, Florida. And his membership is loving that action.
Little par save.
16.
Long, long par 4. J.J. Spawn can't really cover that bunker on the right. This hole is actually longer than the 7th, the par 5 today. So it'll still be a lengthy second for J.J. having a great season. And of course, 16 famous here because it's the start of the Green Mile. The toughest stretch normally on the PGA Tour, so we expect the same this week. 107th playing of the PGA Championship, and currently all averaging over par. Ryan Gerard, sensational round of 66, 5 under, and he's with Marty.
Ryan Gerard, Tar Heel born, Tar Heel bred. A fantastic first round here. Card of 66 in your PGA Championship debut. What was your experience out there today?
It was a lot of fun, you know, playing golf in my home state at a major championship. You know, that's always been kind of a bucket list thing, and to go out there and play really solid for 16 holes and still make some very positive shots out there today. So I'm pretty happy with everything, and yeah, we're just looking forward to the rest of the week even more.
I don't remember anything from when I was 7 years old. I wonder if you do. The first PGA Tour event you ever came to as a fan right here at Quail Hollow. What do you remember from that day?
I remember it was VJ and Tiger Woods playing final group, and VJ holed out on 14 for eagle. That's kind of the only thing I remember. But I was definitely here. So.
And you kept a notebook?
Allegedly, I don't remember that.
Oh, you don't remember that part?
That's maybe urban legend from my parents, but yeah, that sounds about right.
It's good for the story, though. Great effort today, Ryan. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, his parents, Bob and mother Judy. A lot of folks proud of this round today. Wasn't happy with the way he finished, but got to find some solace in knowing that going through 17 and 18 unscathed is actually pretty rare.
It sure is.
This was at the second hole, Trev.
Hole location cut tight to the right there. There's a ridge that falls off, so that is just spectacular. Controlling the spin beautifully. Now at 11 down the hill.
I got him to 3 under par. There was more to come.
Okay, birdie 10, that one at 11.
Then at 12.
And this whole location extremely difficult on that back plateau. But his distance control with the irons was dialed today.
Made that putt. And then the par 3, 13.
Looking for 4 in a row.
Man, his iron play is sensational.
Yeah, kind of a throwback swing with the low lead arm plane.
At the par 5, 15th, his third. Watch out, flagstick. The eagle. to raise the bar to 7 under. He would bogey 17 and 18, but fine round. Best of the day so far, 66. One better than 4 rounds of 67 that are already posted by the likes of Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, Alex Smalley, and Steven Jaeger. We're at 14 with Cameron Young for birdie. It's not been exactly the way you want to play this hole, but should get out of there with a par. Patrick Reed, meanwhile, is at the 5th, eyeing a birdie putt.
Can you make 2 in a row?
Putts are dropping at the 5th. We saw Oberg, now we see Reed. He was a contender here in 2017. He finished in a tie for 2nd, 2 shots behind the winner Justin Thomas. Over at 4.
Hovland trying to make it back-to-back birdies. Runs that one past, but Victor taps in for par and still 1 under on his round through the first 4 holes. Now over at the par 3 6th, Justin Thomas trying to save par. Mark.
He could desperately use this uphill.
Oh, right around it.
This is a disastrous start here for JT.
7.
Lucas Glover at the par 5. 2nd easiest hole. Quail Hollow of the day. Excellent. Good start for Glover. Back to 5.
Tom Kim had a great President's Cup performance for your team, Trevor.
Yeah, for sure. He was the heartbeat of our team. Brought a ton of energy and hit shots like that.
Currently 41st in the world golf rankings.
Yeah, hasn't had his best season. Needs to pick things up a little.
At 16.
Spawn did not reach the bunker. So 220 yards left. Does play a little downhill. Need all the help he can get. And that is brilliant. Big par 4. So 2 good shots from JJ. We'll have that to go to 5 under for his round. We go to 6.
And here's Oberg on the tee.
This wind has been really tricky so far today, Andrew. Off the left, but can't figure out if it's hurting or helping. Oh, he figured it out.
Will it stay up there? Yes, it will. Only 3 birdies at the 6th hole today. Oberg will have a chance to add to that total as we go to 13.
JJ Collette here at 13, slightly uphill. It's turning towards the flag. Oh, that green is firm. This is great. In you go. Tyler Collette, great shot.
The shot was better than the high 5. I think they just whiffed it.
Oh, that was so close, Trevor, to going in.
What an amazing shot. Grabbed nicely on the 2nd bounce and caught a decent piece of the hole.
He's the assistant professional, John Owens Club, Vero Beach. And it so easily could have gone in. Make this championship even memorable for him. 6.
And here's Jordan Spieth.
The irons have been the problem so far this year. This one sounded very nice and looks very nice.
Edge to the back of the green there for Jordan.
It's 2 wonderful shots from him and Oberg at 6.
To 5.
Kim with a birdie.
Made the switch to the claw putting grip. That has been his issue this season, but off to a nice start.
Here's a look at our Corebridge Financial team leaderboard. Michael Block, afternoon starting time. He's even through 8. He certainly made his presence felt at Oak Hill a few years ago. all the way to Sunday. A top 15 finish, tied with Brandon Bingaman, who's just getting things started. I tell you, Colette, just a moment ago at the 13th with one of the shots of the day that might hold up as the best shot of the day. Could have gone.
Look at this putt. 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 Look at this putt.
Beautiful performance by the PGA champion.
It's wonderful. There's your champion.
There's your first round leaderboard with Ryan Gerard at the head of the class with a round of 66. Luke Donald, former #1 ranked player in the world, and now the brilliant Ryder Cup captain for Team Europe, is going to have that role for the second time coming up later this year. One of those just one off the lead. We're at the 6th.
And here's Patrick Reed.
Has always been one of the best chippers of the golf ball in the game. That's easy work for him.
Nicely played by Reed. As we go to 5.
And Bryson.
That's gap wedge on the way, and that needs to go. Distance control problems are continuing to plague him, same as at the Augusta.
Yeah, his approach play there really did cost him time and time again, as it has here. We're over at 7.
The par 5. Adam Scott comfortably reached it in 2. That'll be his second eagle here. The only other eagle, Alex Smalley, the last man in. Made the eagle there earlier in the day. Back to 6.
And Speith has to be careful with this one, Colt.
Oh, does he ever? This one is crazy fast. Just gets it going.
comes up a little bit short. 6 continues to yield a lot of pars. Still only 3 birdies at this hole all day. To 16.
So the second shot for JJ. It's a little downhill. Nothing to be too concerned about. The 4 in a row. Great Players Championship. Lost in that playoff with Rory McIlroy. A shot he'd love to all over again. 17. Straight over the flag. Did not find the green. Great season though. To 5.
Yeah, he's off to a great start too. Here is Bryson.
Ball well back in his stance, squared up club face. Stubbed it.
Technique looked pretty good, but just didn't get the contact he wanted there. And coming up that little false edge, not even close. A little bit of a weird period in this round for DeChambeau.
To 6.
Let's see if Oberg can make a birdie here at the 6th.
A good look, but Andrew, I think all these guys would take 16 pars on these par 3s this week.
Yeah, this is the longest of the par 3s. 249 on the card. Today's hole location makes it play 241 as we go to 7.
Thomas's second shot.
Wind in, 250 carries. That's come out low and not very much on it, Frank. What a
disastrous start for Thomas. Already 4 over through the first 6. To 5.
Victor Hovland.
This will have a little speed and a big turn to the right.
Yeah, that's a good touch. You got to be really patient. These green complexes at Quail Hollow, they're just going to get firmer and faster as this week goes on.
Dustin Johnson, his shot at the 7th.
A little clip with a lower flight at 9-iron. Left hole location, handsome.
Stays on the top tier.
Well, there is Tyler Collett after a tap-in birdie that was nearly an ace over at 13. He got into this field by running away with the PGA Professional Championship by a record 10 shots to lead 20 club pros as qualifiers for this PGA Championship. Again, playing with Richard Bland and Jimmy Walker. Coming up on the T5G on 14, powered by 5G Solutions from T-Mobile for business. It's elevating the viewing experience.
And this is his 4th PGA Championship. Has never made the weekend.
Some of these groups have been gracious enough to let the players hit up.
Yeah, it's a part of the golf course where there can be a little bottleneck because you've got the drivable par 4 and then you have the reachable par 5 at 15.
Let's go up to the green live. Rasmus Niergaard Peterson has this for eagle, knocks it on. It runs out to the back of the green. Now heading back to the tee. That was a good putt.
Been a slow start for him as well.
25-year-old from Denmark, resides in Copenhagen. They're not going to let him hit up. While they wait, we'll go back to 5, and Bryson, to that stubby chip, has this for par. Rocks the shoulders and drops the goods.
Good saves at the last 2 holes. Hanging in there.
Back over to 7.
Now the 4th shot for Thomas.
And having real issues picking this wind, bouncing all over the show down in this valley. Needs some of that wedge mastery, Frank.
And go past, spin it back, or just go right at it. So he took the penalty drop back in line. So that for a par upcoming. Nearly won last week in Philadelphia. This is what it looks like all the way back at the tee. Speith.
Difficult tee shot here. This one headed up the right. This could be trouble.
Oh, hit a rock.
Not sure where that came down.
It fired it up about 100 feet in the air and backwards.
I don't think it helped it though, Frank.
No. It's literally backwards. It is a red penalty area down that side, but
How about J.J. Spawn here at the difficult par 3, 17th?
Giving it a lot of room. Finchy, is it turning enough?
4 under par. He doesn't want to go left of this pin. Hole location 30 yards on, 7 from the left. But if that settles slightly on the downslope, it's not an easy chip from there.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of guys putting from down in there in practice.
Long wait over here at 14, Jimmy. Here's why.
Yeah. Got to get the bunkers back to perfection. After we've watched Call It these last 2 holes. He's taking on a starring role this opening Thursday. Who knows?
Expecting him to knock this on the green. Because we've got a small army of people fixing that bunker there.
He was the 2022 and 2023 South Florida PGA Player of the Year. Meanwhile, the group behind him is pretty close to finishing things out on the 13th green. Maybe they hurry up and putt out. We can play a 6-'em.
You'd think with 4 or 5 of them cleaning up that bunker, it would be quick work.
Well, we did that one year at Valhalla in 2014. Remember the 72nd hole?
That's right.
With the storm coming.
That's right. Storm coming, the light fading.
And Rory was able to prevail at sunset.
They might be fixing up where that turtle was having trouble getting out yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, Brad.
Well, Jim, you see some work done to the bunker there. It's a little unusual, but we had some turtles coming out of the lake there and do some damage to the bunker. So there, we have the crew in there cleaning it up, and that's the reason for the delay.
I love how they use the roller there. That's to get those faces nice and firm so the balls don't plug in the face. They'll kick up and then roll back down into the middle of the bunker.
I was a little afraid to bring in Brad. I didn't want to stick my neck out on that one. Wasn't sure if it was the turtles or something else.
Good one, Jim.
I actually witnessed that yesterday. Big Turtle was having the same problem. Here he is. Look at our guy. He likes the beach. I mean, who doesn't like the beach?
He's the troublemaker, though.
That's right. We got an eye on you, buddy.
Yeah, he thought the pace of play was too fast.
Yeah, that turtle's nickname is Speedy, by the way.
Frank, you think it would bother you hitting this shot with all those lights in your peripheral vision?
Would, yeah, the strobe lights and that always causes a few issues.
I want to see Tyler deliver another fantastic memory. He's backing off a bit. There's a little murmur down on the green below.
What wind there is helping and a little out of the left.
This is the 7th, if you will, tour event he's played in. He's made the cut down at the Puerto Rico Open back in 24. After a long time to think about it. Go. Oh, okay. Soft bounce. Not able to take advantage of those strong downwind conditions. But we're at 15 now.
And here is Cameron Young for birdie. Started at the 10th hole. And picks up another shot at the par 5. So 2 under as he makes his way to the green mile. To 7.
And Colin Morikawa from the top edge here at 7, but it is for eagle.
This opening salvo of holes just feels hard. Birdie's in short supply, Frank. He'll take that.
That to get back to 1 over, though. So he also got off to a little bit of a tough start. Cross to 15.
And here's Aaron Rai to try to get to 3 under. And a hot start for Rai. Started on the 10th hole, and he's already 3 under. Just his 3rd PGA Championship start. To 9.
And Michael Block for par to shoot 35 on this side. Oh.
So 1 birdie at 8, 2 bogeys on his first 9.
Looked very comfortable out here. And many memories, including in Rochester 2 years ago. Final round, he's playing with Rory. And he dunked it. We wasn't even sure at first where this had landed. Finally a tip of the cap after he was assured that that had gone in. Then he had one of the great up and downs at 18. Pitched it over a bunker, made the putt to finish top 15 again in last year's tournament. But here it is again, and I know, Trev, you've been a great admirer of Michael Block's for a long time.
That sequence went viral when he kept asking Rory, Rory, did it go in? Where is it? Where is it, Rory? It's a 1, Michael.
He says, come on. No. No. One of 20 club professionals at that PGA and 1 low club professional, and got the exemption into last year's PGA at Valhalla by virtue of that tied for 15th finish. Maybe you'll have another little block party this week in Charlotte, Trev. I know you love to see it.
Maybe. He's going to 10, the par 5. Probably doesn't quite have the power to get up in 2, but maybe another birdie.
Yeah. Okay, taps in, 1 over, going out. That's certainly not bad. Nothing to be ashamed of as we go back out to 17.
Yeah, too much between he and the hole to use the putter. Has to pitch it. Oh, got a lot of grab there from that lie. Well played.
Almost too good on the strike there.
I couldn't believe that grab that quickly, and I'm sure he couldn't. So difficult there with water on the other side. Firm, fast greens.
Now at 7. Long effort for birdie for Dustin Johnson.
Downhill for the first portion of the journey, then flattens off some.
Already has a Masters, US Open at Oakmont this year where he won it. I'm sure he's looking forward to that. To 8.
And Tyrrell Hatton here at the short 8th. We've already seen 30 birdies here today. And Tyrrell in there to about 3 feet. That was a cagey little shot.
Yeah, I love that. These approaches are so tight and in such great condition. It gives the players options to be able to bump it or fly it.
Now, Justin Thomas. Oh, finally, that was some par. Already 4 over, so that desperate need of that. Cup tomorrow evening, 70 and ties. 8.
Now Adam Scott. He's having a good round. Well, that feedback from there did go a little bit too far. Oh, here it comes. So Adam Scott a good chance to get it to 3 under par here as well. Good start for Adam. Just the one major to his credit, but still has the game to win more as we go to 6.
And Victor Hovland.
Wind not helping. 4-iron, flag cut on the right. This is moving right.
And all the way to the back for Hovland. To 7.
And Speith, we presume this is his third.
So he did take a drop, Frank. This is from 239, 4-iron. With that water right, no surprise. This is well left.
Playing army golf down this, right off the tee, left there. So still up and down, maybe save par. Wayward though. 17.
All right, big putt here now for JJ. 4 under par, started on the second 9. Pretty popular choice of putter these days. We see a lot of those out here. First bogey of the day for JJ. And it won't be the last we see here at 17. 227 yards, just a brute. And another brute here at 18.
And Cam Davis is a couple under par. Beautiful line.
And able to launch those mid-irons up into the air, stops it quick enough.
Back to 8.
This is for 3 in a row for Adam. Absolutely beautiful. 3 under through 8 holes for Adam Scott. 3 in a row. Nice to see him holding some putts. At 6.
And last year's runner-up, DeChambeau.
Not a typo, Andrew. That's 6-iron. And it starts on a lovely line.
Is it going to get up that false front? Will it stay?
Nope.
Not enough for Bryson.
I know golf's not supposed to be fair, but you kind of feel like that shot deserved a little better.
To 7.
Ludwig second.
221 left. Wind off the right, trying to hold a 7-wood. He might have held this too much.
Ooh, lucky devil. That's good now. A lot of players putting 5 and 7 woods in this week because of the rain and some of these approach shots over water.
Some 9 woods too.
Mm.
I was surprised to see, actually, looking at this, Tyrrell goes for 2 birdies in a row to get to 2 under. The 9 wood's the same loft as a 5 hybrid. It's 24 degrees. And the 21 degrees is a 7 wood. We see the woods and the hybrids. You notice they always have the numbers on the hybrids, but not necessarily on the fairway woods. But they're starting to do that now. We head over to 14.
Here's Call It. Lands it in the fringe, and that will run out just a bit, but just inside 5 feet for another birdie. Cam Davis is at 18 after a wonderful approach. His 9th hole of the day produces a birdie.
18 playing is the 3rd hardest hole today, so a 3 is tremendous.
Hey, it's been a tough day for some of the stars in the game. Fans are looking for them up on the leaderboard, but it's a 72-hole championship, and it's a good one at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
Well, if you're just joining us, Masters champion Rory McIlroy began this PGA at 8:22 this morning, and he shot a 3 over par 74, which is currently tied for 123rd.
Yeah, Brooks Koepka with a 4 over 75 as well.
Let's go to 7.
Fourth shot by Speith, and it's an absolute beauty.
Frank, that's incredible. 5 feet further, and it runs all the way down to the bottom level.
That'll be a 5 too, Cole. He must have covered about 800 yards to play that hole. So we go to 6.
And the second for Bryson.
Third straight green he's missed, but every one of them uphill pitches. Well, at least the last 3.
That's going to be a tricky putt down the hill there, though.
We just saw Speith, how delicate he was down the hill at the 6th. To 7.
Chance for eagle now. So Ludwig.
Anything inside of 5 feet from here would be really good. Up the hill the whole way, then runs downhill after it.
Good effort. Had a bogey at 4, birdie at 5. So nearly give him that. To 8.
And Justin Thomas from the right side.
Heavy rough, tilted green, hardly easy. This could be useful.
Yeah, Mark, try and use that slope. Beautifully done for JT. Genius around the greens. So many shots available. At 6.
And Hovland.
To be a little bit careful here. Past the hole, it could run away. Kind of think that was in the back of his mind.
Yeah, so a couple big par putts coming up here at the par 3 as we go to 14.
Call it for me, Trevor.
Calling for it to go in.
You called it. That's a birdie for the PGA professional out of Florida. He's put on show here, hasn't he?
Yeah, back to back.
John's Island Club. Let's go to 18. JJ Spawn.
Isn't that pretty?
A lot of folks love to have that tee shot this weekend.
Sunday afternoon at about 6:50.
Exactly. Ryan Gerard is our leader. He hails from Raleigh, North Carolina, lives now down in Florida. This is his PGA Championship debut. His only 3rd major, competing in his 3rd major after a pair of U.S. Open showings in 22 and 23. Luke Donald at 47, captain of the European Ryder Cup team, the only bogey-free round in the morning wave. And again, he struck the very first shot of the championship. First off, number 1 at 7 a.m. this morning. The Green Mile scoring to par. You can see it. Those last 3 holes, 92 over for the morning set. Let's go to the Green Mile at 16 now.
Jim, another player struggling here. 3rd shot for Aaron. Firm green. Oh, look out. Yes. And he knows that would have been passed too. For the Englishman. And that is a superb start too. Just flipped that one around there. And of course, that was overseeded rye around these greens. Across to 7. Birdie putt now for Ludwig. Nicely knocked in. Good figures. To 6.
And Hovland for par. And a right touch there for Victor.
And they might help Bryson as well, getting a little look at how that ball reacted.
Good call, Trevor. So we go to 8.
And Colin Morikawa birdied 7 just to get back to even for the day. Almost exactly the same as Adam Scott's 2nd and putt.
He's gone back to that blade putter. I like the stroke much more than when he uses the mallet.
Quick one, Dottie.
Yeah, we will see what he learned from Victor. Front edge, well done.
He's a scrambling man right now, Andrew.
Actually missed 4 in a row.
To 7.
Speaking of a scrambling man, Speith. Looked at the hole. All world 5, that one. Lake Ballesteros would be very proud of that. Great.
JT needs to get something positive going, Mark.
Well, that's a start. Big save back in the par 5 too, and that's turned the train in the right direction.
3 over through 8 though for Justin, one of the favorites, kind of like Rory McIlroy this week. We thought he'd be right there as we head up to 9.
Adam Scott is playing well, Trevor.
Making his 95th consecutive major championship start. And he is playing a great round of golf right now.
He's got the record for consecutive starts, active streak right now at that 95 mark. Jordan Spieth second most. This is his 48th active start in a major. JJ Spawn at 18. Okay, hole high for JJ. He's 3 under. His first 9 holes. There's the uptown area, as they call it, here in Charlotte, the beautiful city. Ryan Gerard, our leader, round 1. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, where champions are made, still, always, forever. We're back at 9, and Adam Scott trying to continue this streak for birdie.
Oh, always left. Looked like it's a little bit of a misread there, starting it down the left-hand side, and it actually went that way.
Let's go to 8.
And Patrick Reed.
Great tee shot, pretty straightforward here, but that took a massive first bounce.
Here it comes, though. Trying to use that little backstop. Very well played for the short game master. Here's Cam Davis at the first.
After birding the 18th hole. Wow, that's a pretty significant back-to-back birdie stretch. We take 18 and 1.
Absolutely. That first hole playing about a third of a stroke over par today. So to be able to birdie 18 and then 1. Wow.
Moves into a tie for second, 1 off the lead. We're at 17.
And Aaron Wright from any little drill there, trying to take that club back square to the line a little longer.
How would you see this, Ian? Would you like to take it down the left and fade it away from the water, or start right and draw it back?
Well, back in the day when I could play the game well, I'd aim it down the left and cut it in, so it was fading away from the water. These days, I'd aim it at the stands on the right and hopefully hit it over the water and right of the water.
It's good analysis.
No, but it's definitely a draw into that left pin like he's doing here.
Okay, let's see how big of a bounce it takes.
Absolutely perfect. Try and bring it into the shape to the left hole location, or the right, you'd go the other way, but you know that water's always looming, isn't it? Up to 18.
All right, J.J. Spawn drove it in the fairway, which is not a regular occurrence on this 18th hole. Approach shot, hole high, and now steadying himself and studying the line.
Well, not too much of a complicated read here, just breaking from left to right the whole way down there. A little weak.
Still, that's going to be a 3-under par side for him, and he'll flip over to the first. That 18th hole has had 9 birdies, but 8 double bogeys. So almost just as likely to strike gold as you are disaster. You can see holes 7 through 15. That's the scoring stretch there. 58 under is the field. 1 through 6, no bargain, but the last 3 holes, it is tough. It's good 8.
Speaking of short game wizardry, here's Jordan.
Who would you rather have to get it up and down for you, Ian, him or Patrick Reed?
Oh, wow. I'm going Jordan.
They are both special around the greens.
They are exquisite, as good as it gets. Ahead one.
Morikawa.
That's 9 wood, bringing it in high from left to right.
There's a little shoulder there that he can feed it off of. How good is that shot? That 9th hole, just a beast with that new tee at 531 yards today.
Oh my goodness, look at this at 8.
He has to avoid the tree, maybe get a little bump and run here, bounce it up.
We walked by and he said, hey, can you move that tree? Not too bad. He had nothing.
He'll accept that. Didn't want to go long and leave himself that downhill or over the ridge. So at 9 again.
Justin Thomas.
Oh, Palmer-esque there with 5-iron, Jim.
World, of course, very close to the Harris family and had a very important role at the beginning of this course, which was constructed back in 1961. At the 5th, Ryan Harmon. Brian Harmon from Uptown. Back at 8.
Well, for an outside birdie chance, Ludwig
breaks really hard to his right, has to give it enough speed. Just hit it through the break.
Yeah, there's not many birdie holes out here, but you'd certainly consider this one and 14, the two short fours, as a couple of those opportunities as we head back to 5.
Here's Justin Rose. We just saw Brian Harman make one from about the same distance on the front of the green. Can't have two in the same group, can we possibly? What is going on out there?
There's 2 bombs made out of that group. Hopefully that gets him going.
We're so close to winning at Augusta. And Bryson is looking for a ruling over at the 7th hole.
Now back at the 8th with Jordan. This for his first birdie of the day. Straight up and down. So Jordan Spieth heads to the difficult 9th at even par. Can he complete the Grand Slam here by winning the PGA Championship? Will be the first to do so in winning the PGA as his 4th.
We return to the 9th for the 3rd shot of Justin Thomas.
Getting a lot of practice greenside. Only 1 green in regulation.
And that not his best. Probably about a 5.5 out of 10 there for somebody with his skill level around the greens.
At 7.
Victor is going to go his second.
Like a lot of players, 7 wood in the bag, and this is it.
Just didn't quite cut back. It's a little over the top move that Victor has, and when it's dialed in, he hits it so straight. Oh, you have to take advantage of. Dottie, we've got a little bit of a weight over here on the left with Bryson.
Well, the question was, Frank, is what would happen if he were to move the gallery rope and the ball move? So he wanted to make sure the official was here when he in fact did that, make sure the golf ball did not move and didn't have to go into that process.
That's doing the right thing, having another pair of eyes. So they deem, judging by that it did move a little. He's trying to replace it.
Well, it's like playing pickup sticks in this pine straw. Okay, ball in play.
Okay,
208 to the hole.
Tree in front, water short and right.
Some sort of pitch out, Dottie.
He has an option left and an option right, but his eye line has been looking right and trying to play a hook the entire time.
Well, hook brings that water into play immediately.
It certainly does.
But if he
must hook.
He has to keep it underneath those limbs. You think he can get enough on it to get it all the way to the green?
I'm not quite sure about that.
Going to roll the dice.
And be aware of slippery underfoot.
Yeah, with all those pine needles as well. You better get clean strike if you want to curve the ball. No, just a chip out.
All right.
Well done. No problem. Got us all a little excited there. I thought it was
know. Go for it. Go for it.
Not very often you see him lay up.
Tonight.
Morikawa, after that splendid shot in here, to soared over the trees. To the action at 4.
And Takumi Kanaya just off the green. You bet. Played very well a couple of weeks ago at the CJ Cup. Byron Nelson finished in the tie for 5th, and a birdie here at the par 3 4th today. To 9.
And this is for par. What a mighty struggle it was for that opening 9 holes.
Many people's favorite at the start of the week, including mine, did not see this coming.
We've seen players shoot 4 over the first night of a major, still win.
Thinking of Tiger Woods?
By a lot. Yes. 17.
And for 4 in a row. Repelled. But still 4 under through 17. Beautiful effort there. 5 under the lead, just 1 back. Starting at the 10th, of course. 2T start today. 156 players. Over the lake to 14.
Jonathan Vegas has arrived on the tee, bringing out driver. Trying to knock it on this par 4. Just made birdie at 13, so he's got a little extra pep in that swing right now. Actually had 3 eagles here today and 2 turtles. Very well done.
I have to add that to the stat sheet. Turtles spotted at 14.
If you had to bet on Vegas, would you think he'd drive the green here or not?
What are the odds? That breeze is starting to kick up in the last hour or so.
So on the right side, and plenty of distance.
Yeah, that'll be fine there. It'll feed down toward the middle of the bunker.
Over at 7.
Now the 3rd. Of course, this is the stretch. You've got to make full advantage of 7 through to 15.
Yeah, exactly.
98 yards into that fresh breeze. Stance is narrowed, ball back.
Those long wedges of his. Still not dialed in with the distance control, Trevor. The short shots.
No, I agree with you. Underwhelming.
To 5.
Sanjay M. My goodness.
More like Sanjay in.
How about that? over at 8.
Good one, Trev. Hideki. Even par through 7. Spin it back now. 19 majors cuts made in a row for Hideki. That's the most. 19 in a row. It's pretty special. Has never missed a cut at the PGA.
Here's Jordan Spieth at the 9th.
That's a 6-iron from 220. He is not happy.
I think so.
Yeah, Rick.
He's made 10 consecutive cuts in the PGA Championship. Let's go to 10.
And here's Adam Scott.
He's been working on trying to hit a little fade this week.
And it rolls into the left bunker. That was actually his 3rd shot. He had to punch out off the tee. So he'll have to get up and down for par as we go to 9.
Oberg was over par early in the round. Now comes here 1 under.
Hit a beautiful tee shot. 214 left. This 7-iron headed left. Players aren't too thrilled with some mud on the ball, Trevor.
Yeah, we had, shucks, almost 5 inches of rain here since the weekend. The course has actually held up quite well, really, when you think about the amount of the water that's fallen.
A lot of the top guns off to a slow start. Scotty Scheffler, though, shot 2 under in his morning round. He's tied for 18th. Ryan Gerard is the leader.
And we're back here, 7th hole. Hollow. 3rd shot for Victor Hovland.
A smart play with that hole cut on that tiny plateau. Surrounds are so good.
Safe option too. A lot of undulation there. Could go wrong. You miss your mark. To 8.
And Wyndham Clark to get to 1 under par here. This for birdie. Just firm up the hill, pretty straight. That's what I like to see. Set the scoring record around here when he won US Open champ.
And here at the 10th, Adam Scott is getting set to hit his 4th out of the bunker.
He'll be coming to the 10th hole with that kind of power. looking to make another birdie, but now needs to get this up and down to save.
His 25th PGA Championship start. And a good shot there by Adam Scott.
Has always been a great bunker player.
We'll have that to remain at 3 under to 14.
And Vegas with a delicate touch. Oh my goodness.
Almost hit the jackpot.
Yes. And let's go over to 7
for birdie.
He's managed to find an uphill putt from beyond the hole.
It stays very still, swivels. This is a little at odds at the moment today. Hasn't driven it great. It's wait.
And Tom Kim also for birdie in this group with Matsuyama and Wyndham Clark. We just saw Wyndham's putt, so he knows the line. Tom Kim to 2 under par.
JJ Spawn at the first.
Just so difficult. That ball's landing on a downslope there. The green's getting firm.
Over at 9, Jordan.
Trevor, kind of similar to the putt, the line of the putt Tom Kim made at the President's Cup for you.
Yeah, you're right. Breaking left to right substantially.
And then you put him out 10th.
Which was the right choice. He won that day.
Let's go to 8.
And Hideki had a big chance to win here back in 17 when Justin Thomas won. He finished 5th. Just didn't finish it off. All that group under par as we head to 18.
Aaron Rye.
This is the same bunker Gerard couldn't quite get it out of. That strike sounded solid.
Hops past the first bunker and settles just short of the second.
Might be up against the collar there.
And have to pitch it over the edge of that second bunker. Let's go back to 9, and Oberg got a pretty good idea from Jordan's putt how much this breaks.
Got the speed.
Oh, he did get help. Ludwig to 2 under par.
Birdie at 9's like stealing.
Over at the second.
Got Cam Davis coming off 2 birdies back to back here at the second. All right, that left for par to stay 4 under par, just 1 back.
So coverage continues here in just a moment, but again, congrats to Ryan Gerard. His coach is Jason Bale, who's the PGA Teacher and Coach of the Year for 2025. What a pretty cool thing to share here at an event that is all about the PGA of America. There's Scotty Schauffele in that pack at 2 under par. We'll send it back to Scott Van Pelt, Curtis, and all the crew when we continue from Charlotte after this.
On air. McGinnis is on air.
On air, Billy.
We hear you guys. We're okay. Billy, John, all's good.
Ken on air.
We got you,
Thank
Ken.
you. We got you guys.
Carp, how you doing?
Got you, Mike.
Good music. Good music.
Okay. Understood. I got one. I will when we're on camera.
Good reminder. Carp, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yep.
Ryan Gerard continues to be our leader here Thursday afternoon at Quail Hollow here in the 107th PGA Championship's first round. Next year, we look forward to being outside of Philadelphia. Boy, they put on a fun show last week. That's a great golf town, a Wanamaker Golf Club in Wheaton Square, Pennsylvania. Welcomes the best in the world, and you can be part of it. You can register for tickets at pgachampionship.com/register. First round from Charlotte continues. We'll see you in just a few moments at the top of the hour to continue our coverage.
What a feeling to be locked into a battle with another human being in front of millions of other human beings with nowhere to hide, nobody to blame if it goes wrong. Golf is about hitting a ball. Professional golf is about competition.
Hello once again. Just past 4 o'clock here in Charlotte, North Carolina. 107th PGA Championship's first round. The leader is a Tar Heel. Guy born here in the state of North Carolina. It's Ryan Gerard, 25-year-old. And Curtis Strange couldn't ask for a whole lot more than he got out of his day here on 2.
Well, with shots like this, one of the harder par 4s on the golf course, perfectly played.
On 11. Pours in yet another birdie, and this is the section of the golf course when he really put his foot on the gas and started stacking together birdies. You saw 1 on 11 and now on 12. Difficult to get this approach right up the hill on a very wet part of the golf course.
But important to note that he's playing out of the middle of the fairway, which sets up the rest of the golf course.
On 13. New tee here at this par 3. And dead aim. Stuffs it in there. That is useful. This even more so.
Well, this is such a delicate shot. He hits a good shot, but watch the speed. Once it hits the flagstick.
Dead center for Eagle. Go, go, Carolina. He was bitterly disappointed to miss the U.S. Open last summer in Pinehurst. But here he is, in the state where he went to school in his 3rd major championship and first ever PGA. Really reset his expectations after a couple of back-to-back top 10s where he said that he feels like his floor is a whole lot higher, which is to say that his poor rounds are a lot better, more manageable. But this is a sparkling round of golf, and he continues to set the pace. Alongside Curtis Strange, I'm Scott Van Pelt. We're pleased to be with Dave Fleming, Matt Berry, Andy North, John McGinnis, Billy Kratzer, the great Ken Brown on the golf course. Michael Eaves will be visiting with players when their rounds are complete, and Jeff Darlington is here as well. And we'll get out to the play at 10. This is the 3rd for Morikawa. You see he's using a wood. John McGinnis is there.
I love this play. The hybrid gets the ball up on top of the grass. Gives you a little better touch than maybe a putter would.
He won a major championship out in San Francisco at Harding Park, added an Open championship since then. Here on 18, it's Aaron Rai, who is playing in his 3rd PGA championship. Been a consistent cut maker, playing really good golf, 9 of 10 coming in, and he'll drop a shot here. But still will turn in 3 under. Back to 8.
And Victor Hovland 2nd. The aggressive play at the par 4 8th. Hovland 2 under, trying to find his game, and when he has it, Curtis, he's as good as anyone.
Well, he's been looking all year long, actually the last year and a half. It did come through at Valspar in Tampa earlier this year.
Over to 1.
J.J. Spawn started brilliantly, 4 under, dropped a shot, and will drop another here at 1. To 8.
And if there was any player that was going to get aggressive at the 8th, it was going to be Bryson DeChambeau. Kind of an up and down day for him. Found the rough.
Ooh, that was a thick lie. He had to check the balls to see if the ball was actually embedded, and that's a bit of a good break right there.
Yeah, Billy, for a minute did look as if it was going to clear that bunker as we go to 3.
Cam Davis on this very difficult 488-yard par 4. Really want to put it in the fairway.
Come on.
Bunkers are reachable on the right. That is short and right of the bunkers. Could be a problem.
Now Morikawa to get the birdie.
Just a little left to right in it. Beautiful.
Taking advantage of 10, playing under par, but just slightly on the day. Not a gimme by any stretch. To 8.
Okay, DeChambeau now for birdie, Billy.
Well, the first part of the putt a little downhill, then it kind of flattens out. Well, you know, it's a good effort. I like the aggressiveness.
On a hole, though, that's yielded 39 birdies where he can be aggressive. You know, he doesn't want that par. Over to 10 and JT.
And a man who could desperately need a birdie and use it right here.
Beautiful wedge shot in here. There we go.
All right. Justin Thomas's day started brutal fashion, to double it to birdie here on 10. Entering a stretch of holes here where prior to the close, which we know is so taxing, there are birdie opportunities. To 3.
Davis playing out of this fairway bunker, luckily right in the middle of the bunker. Shouldn't have too much of a problem. Unfortunately, coming up with good. 30 yards short, back into the wind. This hole is just going to become more difficult as the day goes on.
All right, now Victor Hovland, little easy birdie putt. So Victor Hovland moves to 3 under, 2 shots off the Gerard lead. Back-to-back birdies for Hovland at 7 and 8. So our Billy Kratzer's hanging out with that crew. Bryson DeChambeau, Victor Hovland, Gary Woodland, big hitter in his own right. So right now it is Gerard leading the way. The morning wave, the 4 under crowd, just 1 shot back as we continue the first round of the 107th PGA Championship from Quail Hollow.
Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code BIRDIE to get started today. Some of the best players in the world, they need some birdies. Ludwig Åberg's made a few. We'll go out to 10.
Love this tempo. Step in, fire. Doesn't look like he likes it.
As a par 5, you have to take advantage of if you're going to play a good solid round, and that not his best
at all. We'll have a challenge to stay where he is. 2-11.
Long birdie putt for Adam Scott, who's 3 under par. So he's had an excellent start to his championship. A good looking putt. He's just been real solid.
Greens look like they have a really nice speed right now. Manageable.
Speed's third at 10. Short game talent on display there. To 3.
Third hole. Cam Davis with his third after coming well short of the fairway bunker. Playing up into the hill. There's a little ridge right there. The ball could trundle back down further away from the hole.
We see the new tee here on 9. This is a 531-yard par 4. Viktor Hovland has played his best major championship golf in the PGA Championship. Back-to-back top 3s. And the fairway is the start of the journey, but Curtis, it's a long way home, even if you pound one off the tee.
Well, it's 258 to the fairway. Not everybody flies at 300 in this field. But if you hit a good tee shot, still left with well over 200 yards, and there you see the second shots are all over the lot. Only 4 birdies here today with the flagstick back right.
Only 16 has yielded fewer. DeChambeau.
A little bit of a helping breeze.
Has the firepower here.
Ooh, ooh. This is just mauled.
Oh, that's yeah.
How do you beat a guy like that if he drives it in the fairway 70% of the time?
Don't want to try.
To 2.
From the rough, that's Ben on a big dog leg left. Couple of bounces, turns into a really nice shot. You can get in big trouble if you go left on 2, but on will have an excellent opportunity for birdie. Now back to Cam Davis.
Cam Davis at the 3rd for par. Best PGA finish was a T4 at Oak Hill a couple of years ago, and what a nice save.
We see Åberg now. That's well judged on 10.
I think we'll see a lot of that play this week. Putt it up the slope.
You saw Morikawa do it. Just did it with a wood. To 11.
Hey, speaking of, John McGinnis is out there with Colin.
They looked ready. Got gusted as he got over it.
Is there more wind now, John?
Yeah, definitely, and it is most welcome.
Steamy out there, huh?
Oh, this is interesting. This is just 175 yards. Let's see how far he chokes this thing down.
Interesting play here. Just put it back in your stance and chop right down on top of it. Get it scooting up the fairway.
He does need to hit a little cut here to get it around the trees, which he's done. That's the same club that he hit from 30 feet from the hole on the last hole.
Well, a little bit unlucky, ran through the green, but well executed.
And the birdie putt for Speith. Unable to make that birdie, but Speith hanging in there. 211.
Dustin Johnson found the fairway bunker, the second of those bunkers.
Yeah, just 159 in. This came out quite low. Should skip a lot.
Okay, kind of a similar position, different part of that green to Morikawa. Justin Thomas also playing in that group. And John, JT coming off a birdie. Let's see if he can build a little momentum.
He'd like to make a little bit better contact with this same shot that Dustin Johnson just did. Put a little air under it. With just a 9-iron, I mean, it's one you can try to work a little right to left in the air and get close to the hole. That sounded tasty, but he's pulled it.
Way left. Sits down. He's got that bunker maybe in between his ball and the hole. Back to 9.
Well, that's a 6-iron on the way from Victor. Cover the bunker easily. Just kind of rode the wind a little too much.
Through the backside of the green and says, wow. Be curious the number in for DeChambeau here.
I'm walking up a little bit. I'll be there.
I'm not in a hurry to find out, just curious because
181, which probably translates to the wind direction. I'm going to say not a big 9-iron.
Taking dead aim right here. Flagstick back right.
And that's got plenty of air underneath it, Curtis.
Good shot.
In case you were curious, Scott, that drive was 354.
Oberg now for par. Ken Brown with this group throughout the afternoon. Ken, from that spot in the fairway, that's not the result any of us would have anticipated.
Little tricky downhiller.
Oberg. He drops that, but drops a shot. Wedge in his hand, you're thinking 3 under par is a pretty good possibility. His frustration was evident with that approach, and we see the end result. Eric Van Rooyen on 13.
Well, what a touch that is.
We joked about him winning the B flight down there in Texas when Scotty shot 31, and Van Rooyen played brilliantly.
Not much you can do about that. You can't throw a forearm at him, clip him from behind, anything.
Can't play defense.
No, no.
It's a 4.
And Cam Davis, the shortest par 3 here at Quail Hollow at 4 under. It's a good shot below the hole. He'll have a birdie look as we go back to 1.
From the middle of the fairway, beautiful look at this dog leg right. And the 3 bunkers that envelop this green.
Easy, easy. There you see the back of the screen running away from these players.
It's quick from there, but plenty of green to work with to 4.
And Eric Cole. about this? Perfect.
Looked like he hit the perfect shot too. Hole location left, hit a big hard drawing 7-iron. Perfectly played.
It is played the easiest of the par threes, the only one, as I said, under 200. That gets you in a 7-iron, and it gets you a 1. It also gets Cole back to even par. That's how you do all the work in one hole. So coming off a bogey, double bogey to start his back 9, which is up on the front, split tees. Aaron Cole back to even. Let's go to 11.
DJ kind of up against that collar, it looks like.
Yeah, not too bad though. He had just enough room.
It's a good play. We'll have that to stay at even par. Up to 12.
And Tyrrell Hatton. Again, this one of the toughest fairways to hit. He's going to have to go up and under the tree, Curtis.
We will see a lot of that this week. Fun to watch these guys use their imagination, their touch, their shot-making ability, and that well done.
Back one to the 11th.
Morikawa now, his turn.
And he is up against the collar.
Yeah, considering that's a pretty good shot, isn't it, John?
That's spectacular. He had his weight way on his left side, the shaft really leaning so he could get steep on it. Well done.
The par 3 17th. That's Jimmy Walker, PGA champion, for birdie. And yeah. A lot of long putts made on that tough par 3 so far today. It's a great 2. And not just at that hole. These greens are rolling so purely. Shane Lowry, how about this one? 68 feet for Shane Lowry. He was having a tough time with the short ones, not with the long ones. That was the longest made putt of the day until Alex Smalley on 7. 71 feet right in the middle. And then the birthday boy on 17, John Summers, up and over that ridge from 65 feet out. It's kind of fun to watch these, isn't it? How about Cameron Young? He started his round. This is his first putt of the day on 10 from 63 feet down the hill. He went to the 11th and made another long one. How about that? Putts made of 60 feet or longer. There was only one total in 2017. We've already had 4 today in the second PGA Championship contested here at Quail Hollow. That's pretty remarkable. 4 60-plus foot putts.
Sometimes you don't need a putter, though, fellas.
Yeah, that's a good
No,
feeling.
you don't. But the drinks here aren't cheap at Quail Hollow. Cole's about to find out. Over to 2.
J.J. Spawn. He's had a good start to his championship, but he's been a little erratic with that putter the last few holes. That one wasn't real close even. He was up to 4 under par. He's going to drop a shot to 9.
Look at this, wide open. Take a pretty good swing at it.
Soft hands.
And pretty well judged, Curtis.
Well, when he came out, that was supposedly the Achilles heel for this man, but he's learned how to chip.
I think
pitch very nice.
It was, but he's worked hard at it.
Oh, he really has.
He's been on from under the trees, left on 2. Saw that cool little shot. He punched it up and ran it up onto the green and converted the birdie 3 at the second hole.
Now Rye from behind 1.
Simple pitch back up the hill. little bit slower.
That's well. It's well judged, and be a tap in for par. To 4.
And Cam Davis for birdie in the lead. So we have a hole-in-one, and we have a tie for the lead at 5 under after Cam Davis birdies the 4th, taking advantage of that easiest par 3, and now a 2-person tie, Gerard and Davis, as we go to 9.
This would be a big one for Bryson.
After a beautiful tee shot, good solid second.
Left the whole way.
Yeah, whenever you make par here, that's not a bad thing.
Nope, that's a fair point.
A comebacker for J.J. Spawn. Oh, no. So that's a 3-putt from inside, what, 10 feet? And it turns into a double bogey, so his round has gone sideways. 4 under to start and 4 over since then. Back to Hovland.
And up and down from the deep stuff, long and left. And the card for Victor remains clean. Wonderful start, 3 under par to 11.
I think we still have the only bogey-free completed round. Luke Donald, DJ. That hit that great little chip and then missed the par putt.
Well, you feel like you should make all your putts on these greens.
I'm with you. Back to 10.
Tom Kim, 3rd shot. See him accelerate through. That's racing and settle right there. The 12.
Adam Scott's 3rd shot. Curtis, we've seen a number of players from over there today if they get in trouble off the tee. Over to 11.
That's Morikawa. So that turned into a really nice par for Colin. That creative little chop down fairway metal shot from the rough, and then he makes the 4 to 14.
And Ryan at the 14th hole, very drivable par 4 today. Wind out of the left. This looks good. Yes, stay there. Is it going to filter all the way down on that little valley? No, it hung up. That was the next one's going to be interesting, putting along that ridge. Nicely done.
DeChambeau for his par. There are an army of folks out here that are ready to roar for this guy. Just hasn't been able to give them a reason to raise their voice just yet. 1 bogey and the rest pars.
Not yet, but we talked earlier. 10 through 15, get something going.
This is the bogey putt. Oh my goodness. I mean, the point that John McGinnis was just making is we're seeing so many putts go in. If you get it on the right line, they're going in. But now in the last few minutes, some short ones missed. And what did DJ have? 6 feet for par, and that's going to be a 3-putt to 10.
Matsuyama for birdie.
From just hole high left, should go to his right a little bit.
There we go.
Good putt.
That's his longest made putt of the day. Back and forth last week in Philadelphia. It was brilliant on Saturday. Dropped a bunch of ground on Sunday. Here he is 2 under, as is Tyrrell Hatton here on 12.
The escape shot from off the fairway. Did a nice job to get it up here on the green just to have an attempt for birdie. So Hatton has that left to save par. Over to 10.
Kim from the other side of 10.
One of the few holes you expect to make birdie if you're going to keep pace for the field. At least you think that yourself, and it's coming up a little short. Justin Thomas won here in 17, VP. He was 7 under in the par 5s, 1 under on the rest. That's what won the tournament for him.
All right, Adam Scott now for par at 12. he continues his bogey-free round to remain at 3 under, 2 shots off the lead. He's got a swing that never looks like it's going to go away as we move to 5.
Fifth hole. Davis can hit a good one here. That one fan and the bleachers will go bananas. Nope. As you were.
There's so many things running through my mind right now. I'm not going to say.
Keep your poise.
Yeah. Keep my focus, right?
To 8.
We'll see if Justin Rose can keep his poise and attack. This second shot missed the fairway, 342-yard par. And luckily, Rosie's not in here hanging out with us. Poised for a birdie, even par to begin his round. Over to 14.
I've seen this shot many times today at the 14th off of this downslope out of the rough. You got to run it into this. That one is gone. Oh. Look what I just found. I just turned a 5 into a 2.
He knows it.
Close to the agua. Look what I just found. Kinsey lost in the playoff last week.
Ryan Fox won it, which got him in. He made the most of that, as he is one of the group at 4 under. Ryan Gerard, Cam Davis in the lead at 5 under. Salute to the captains, McDonald, Keegan Bradley, both played tremendous rounds of golf. This afternoon wave trying to encroach. Ryan, part of the group, trying to get a little bit closer as the pursuit of the Wanamaker continues from Quail Hollow.
So I think your best rehearsals are the ones that almost that the right arm gets over left and face gets strong at the ball. You know, they don't let you drive a car unless you take driver's ed, and I think golf's kind of the same way. You need to know some rules of the road right off the bat as far as how the golf ball flies and how your golf swing should work. Having a PGA coach there in the beginning of that to lay that good foundation, I think, is invaluable.
JB, come do some of that coaching.
Let's do it. There we go.
Great coaches. I'm not trying to make everybody the same because none of us are. He understands each person's idiosyncrasies, each person's tendencies.
And minus the differences in drivers and stuff, you felt like you were swinging the driver well? Because it looked like that one would turn. Being able to coach at a PGA Championship as a PGA professional is pretty special. It's my favorite championship because it's ours. It's a club that I'm not sure I feel worthy yet of being in, but I'm certainly proud to be.
Well, Lucas Glover had a lot of opportunity to hit balls in front. Teachers over the years, you're trying to hit a low, hard hook into this 311-yard par 4 today. It's got to go left. And again, we've seen so many shots up there to the right, especially later in the day as the wind has started blowing out of the left. And that leaves a really difficult up and in.
Second for Hovland here from the bunker on 10.
Yeah, just kind of toss it down there and put it in a yardage you like. Good shot.
Up and down for a birdie to 13, and Adam Scott in his 25th PGA Championship. Doesn't like it. Adam with some work to do from the far right, and it's going to head back down, isn't it?
You said 25th straight PGA, his 98th, 95th, I'm sorry, major championship. Yeah.
To 5, and Davis for the lead. Playing beautifully.
Perfect speed coming down the hill there.
To 8.
And now Rose after that shot out of the rough. This for birdie to get to red. I was talking about it a minute ago. The short missed putts.
And Ryan at the 14th for birdie. Back up the hill. Be aggressive with this. He put on a great performance in Dallas a couple of weeks ago to finish second to Scotty. But as he said that afterwards that there was no way anybody was beating Scotty that week. It was fun to watch.
At the 3rd for Bryson.
Also found that fairway bunker and actually got a lot more out of that second than I thought. That's inside 70 yards right there.
Yeah, a really wet part of the fairway, Billy.
And pretty good shot, but he's going to have a quick one coming down the hill.
That it is. Very speedy.
I've heard players all day long today talk about some mud on the ball at certain times in the round, and frustrating for them, but that's what happens when Mother Nature takes over.
Well, again, Keith Wood's crew deserves so much credit.
Absolutely.
They have been working their behinds off, the men and women out here. It was so good and took about 5 inches of rain and still able to present this challenge, this test. And Hovland.
I mean, the short game is pretty much intact right now, Scott.
And the big difference there, Billy, is that'll be a putt where he can be more aggressive up, whereas Bryson will be coming down and will have to be
exactly
far less aggressive. Here, Adam Scott hammering it up the hill. Boy, that's great pace. Difficult to do a whole lot better from down there. He seems pleased.
Lucas from that rough, we've seen so many players. He's done it where he landed it much shorter, was able to control the speed going up that hill. This is as good as we've seen. What a play. the old veteran.
He made that look easy. It wasn't. And you know, so many times these players are hitting it, they don't know where it's going to end up.
So his third shot at the 12th. Colin Morikawa still at 1 under.
Second hole in a row, he's been right up against the thicker cut.
Well, Eric Cole already has 1 hole in 1.
Come on.
Pretty good line. He likes the par 3s. Good shot. That's a hard green to hit. Aaron Rai to get one back. No. So he'll make a tap in par at 2. And we'll go back to the tee at 6, where one of our co-leaders, Cam Davis, he's got a pretty good track record in some big events. I like his game. Australian. Sixth hole today, playing 241 yards downhill. Ooh. Another really good shot right on line. Those are 2 of the better ones we've seen. We haven't seen many shots perfectly on line at 6.
And to remind everybody that that's from over 240 yards.
241.
Wow.
Okay, John, Justin Thomas is third at the 12th.
Not a great lie.
It has just not been Justin Thomas's afternoon. Curtis, what happened here?
Well, it looked like he kind of bottomed out behind the ball, didn't catch the ball first. And when you catch that much grass between the club face and ball, it's just not going to go anywhere.
All right, so the work continues now.
And the frustration mounts, I think, too.
Yeah. Yeah, how is the temperament as you've walked with this group now?
He's fighting it.
Check in at Bryson now.
Speedy one here.
Well, it really is, and you just have to just start at about, I'm going to say, 2.5, maybe 3 balls outside the left edge. Beautiful, beautiful.
First birdie of the day. That is an excellent putt.
Probably the hardest putt for a right-hander. 6 to 8 feet down the hill, breaking to the right, Andy.
Absolutely. We forget how good his short game is. When he won the Open at Wingfoot, he was absolutely the best around the greens of anybody.
And he, first 3 days at Augusta National, was #1 in putting. Now, what would be a brilliant up and down for Adam Scott, and that card remains clean. And he'll have a chance to have a go on 14 in just a moment. 211.
That's Tom Kim, 2 under par. He's playing well. When he hit the fairway, this can be a scoring hole. The 11th. Oh, really good line. Oh my goodness. Wow. Almost hold it out. Hey, he pushed it a little, didn't he? A tap in birdie. Tom Kim's going to get to 3 under. Now back to the 10th.
Where Victor Hovland looks to move to 4.
Yeah, he has a putt that's going to move left. This is one of those feeder putts that you just feed it into that line above the hole.
No. Seemed to know it immediately.
Seemed to get quick on that one. Anxious.
Well, he better be careful with this one. This next one will definitely move to the right, Curtis.
Big fellas think of the aim point from this distance.
Yeah, I just think it's
Andy, you look like you love it, huh? Go ahead, Andy. Let people know how you feel.
Okay. Seriously.
Sometimes you say nothing and you say a lot. I understand. Going through the routine.
Do you need to stand a foot from the hole?
Apparently so.
Left center.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Good opportunity, but still 3 under par.
See, Andy, good thing he checked it out.
I'm high on that.
Hovland 3 under par.
All right, now Colin at the 12th. Cleans up par to stay at 1 under. 4 shots off the lead. Over to 14.
Luke's a clever for his birdie at 14 after that magnificent pitch down the hill. Out of way.
He's a big fan of that aim point, Andy. Says it.
While we're not trying to trigger Andy, we're also trying not to trigger Justin Thomas here.
He's triggering himself.
So another lost shot for Justin Thomas. Kind of steadied the ship a bit. But now he moves to 4 over. A frustrating day for Thomas. You need to aim point this one?
I think he does, actually.
What a beautiful second shot. And Tom Kim is just 2 shots off the lead on this spectacular Thursday. All the rain's gone. Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the drive that moves you forward. Still, always, forever. You sit here today and it's hard to believe we had as much rain as we did. Now on the tee at 11.
I'm a little surprised he's hitting driver here. He doesn't need it. Tightens up at past 300.
That kind of pinches in, but if you're going to hit it that straight, you're good.
That is way over those bunkers, isn't it?
That is a seed right there.
Wow. He hit it 354 on 9. That one's got to be close on 11. Now Hovland's turn, and he's using driver.
Well, I mean, he's got to take it off that left rough line to hold the fairway, especially with the wind left to right.
Yeah, just to remind all the viewers, there's 7 good dog legs out here, and that's what keeps these players off balance. Do you carry the corner? If you don't, you're in trouble. If you go through the hole, you're in trouble, as we just see Victor.
Watch this beautiful golf swing of Adam Scott at the short par 4 14th, and this is going right at it, maybe at that bunker. Ooh. That's not too bad. 325 right in the middle of the green. And this hole has been absolutely a riot today. We've seen some unbelievable shots. We've seen some really bad ones. It's a beautiful little short hole. If you want to lay it up and give yourself a 60 or 70 yard shot right in here, that's fine. It might be dictated by hole locations. People going for the green, 78% so far today. We've seen a few balls in the water. We've seen a lot of them up on the right on that slope in the rough, and it's been really tough to get it up and in. Lucas Glover just played one of the best shots ever.
Don't you think all the guys going for the green is a lot to do with the hole location being in the front of the green?
Yeah, anything in the front, you got to go for it. Terrell Hatton coming up a little bit short, but still a nice little pitch left. When you get to that back hole location or back right against the bunker, it changes things.
Now at 6, birdie putt for Cam Davis to hold the lead all by himself. And he curled it right in.
If I can jump in here, Curves, he just looks like to me he should win it once or twice a year. Do you have any feelings why it's not happening?
I don't. Every time I watch him play, he's a beautiful player, beautiful swinger. good short game, but he's finished high a lot of times. It's just a matter of time, you think, for a young man like that.
Jordan Spieth found the fairway at 12. We've seen that throughout the day in a difficult green. Spieth will have his work cut out for him just off the green as we move to 13.
Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Morikawa is going to be down there where we saw Adam Scott play it from moments ago.
Don't see many mishits from Colin like that very often.
Ken Brown is with Oberg at 12, who also found the fairway.
148 yards down breeze, such an awkward pin to get. That really is tough, almost impossible. Breeze freshening.
And again, we've seen that throughout the day at 12. Not only the fairway, one of the narrowest out here at Quail Hollow. That green with that pin tucked back there has given these players work to try to get up and down. It is a beautiful day for the first round of the PGA Championship. A fun leaderboard as Cam Davis now leads all to himself at 6 under. We'll return in a moment.
Jack Nicklaus, he has won his 4th PGA. He has taken the torch and he's running with it. Bill's fanatics rejoice. A phenomenal talent and a major champion.
First round here at Quail Hollow continues, and throughout the afternoon, we will continue our coverage of those on the golf course for the moment, including the leader, Cam Davis, and the Green Mile. I said it. What are we up to? 5? That's the tough finishing stretch. We'll revisit how the top 3 in the world performed, or perhaps didn't. What surprising starts for them as we continue Quail Hollow in the PGA Championship.
The course doesn't move. The opponent does. Ahead, behind, around the course, up and down the leaderboard. Both are the enemy. Not either or, yes and. To win a major, you'll have to beat the course and your fellow competitors.
We are just shy of 5 o'clock here, Charlotte, North Carolina, on what began as and continues to be a lovely day. Folks who've been out here on the ground, they've earned it after the rains throughout the weekend dropped about 5 inches on Quail Hollow. Some highlights for those of you perhaps just getting back in from work that weren't able to keep up on the progress throughout the day of the first, second, and third ranked players in the world. That will be McIlroy, Schauffele, and Schauffele. They played 16, a mammoth par 4 that's been so difficult all day, and they struggled. You saw Rory's problems. Here is Scotty Scheffler. That ball darts left. And we'll see Xander, and a pretty telltale reaction as he looks at Austin, his caddy, that, yeah, mud ball.
Out of your control. Drive it in the fairway, that's all you can do. After that, you're hopeless.
All 3 players doubled the hole. Brooks Koepka had a struggle throughout his afternoon and finished on the wrong side of par. Here's Justin Thomas, a winner here in 2017. And that led to double. Bryson DeChambeau on 3. Distance control. From time to time, he can be significantly off with those approaches, and that led to a big number, but he is under, actually a bogey, not a big number, but he is under par, and top 12 players in the world, and it is Interesting to see that on Thursday we don't find more of them under par, though Victor Hovland for the moment is at 3 under. Maverick McNeely playing well. Hideki Matsuyama in a red number as well. And as we greet you alongside Curtis Strange, I'm Scott Van Pelt. Appreciate you being with us throughout this day. That 1, 2, and 3 pairing in the world, Scotty, Rory, and Xander. It was a struggle throughout. Scotty still got in 2 under par in a day when he didn't have his best. But what did you make of what we saw from that trio throughout the day?
You know, when you put the 1, 2, and 3 in the world together, you can't help but think that they're looking at each other a little bit too much like Jack and Arnie always said they never played well with each other. But be that as it may, you're still a competitor. You still have to get after it. They just didn't play solid golf. Rory drove it poorly, as he did last week. Scotty salvaged a good solid round. I just think it's a long, hard golf course, and if you're not precise right on, it's going to show all your weaknesses.
And if you have a mud ball, there's really not a whole lot you can do. And with that in mind, we welcome in Jeff Darlington, who has been visiting with players throughout the day and documenting the stories of their rounds and the day. And how much of a topic of conversation has that been, Jeff? Because as much rain as this golf course took leading up to today, we were curious, might they have their hand on the golf ball? The answer was no, it's not lift clean in place. Is the topic of mud ball something that's been widely discussed?
Scott, it is all the buzz as golfers are exiting the golf course. I've talked to several of them, including Xander Schauffele and Keegan Bradley, 2 even-keeled guys who did express their frustration to me about it. Specifically Schauffele. We showed him on the 16th hole there. He said very clearly he had mud on his ball, as did Scotty Scheffler. Schauffele telling me it was almost a penalty to hit the fairway, to be honest. He talked about he had 3 or 4 holes in a row where he had mud on the top of his ball. He said that just reduces the spin. There were other times when mud was on the side of his ball, and that, he said, was just throwing up a prayer. Now, Scheffler, also even-keeled, shared his thoughts as well.
And when you think about the purest test of golf, I don't personally think that hitting the ball in the middle of the fairway you should get punished for. And on a golf course as good of conditioned as this one is, this is probably a situation in which it would be the least likely difference in playing it up, because most of the lies you get out here are all really good. And so I understand how a golf purist would be like, oh, play it as it lies, but I don't think they understand what it's like literally working your entire life to learn how to hit a golf ball and control it and hit shots and control distance. And all of a sudden, due to a rules decision, that is completely taken away from us just by chance.
Now, the PGA of America did come out with a statement yesterday getting ahead of this and saying that they were not going to have preferred lies. They would not allow lift clean in place. And that's what a lot of these golfers are saying should be the case. Keegan Bradley also noting that he understands in majors they want to avoid preferred lies, but he feels like given the rain and the conditions that they should have gone that way here. I did reach out to the PGA of America. We haven't gotten comment on where things stand at this point, but I can tell you certainly frustration among the golfers, Scott.
Jeff, that's not at all surprising. And Padraig Harrington mentioned leading up to today, this is the wettest golf course that he had ever seen. This is a man in his 50s who, of course, plays in Europe. So he's seen wet golf courses. And it was a bit like, I've said this throughout the day, like a sponge that you use to soak up a spill. If you don't wring it out, it was that wet. And yes, the sun is out. And yes, this golf course does drain well. And yes, we understand purists, Curtis, to say, we don't want a hand on a golf ball, play it as it lies. But how do you react to the idea that you really shouldn't be punished if you hit it square in the fairway and there's a big old blob of mud on the ball?
Great argument, isn't it?
I think so. I think it's compelling.
For a player's standpoint, it's completely aggravating when you lose control of the golf ball in the air. From the PGA standpoint, I think from the PGA of America, I think they thought there was enough grass on these fairways, thick enough, overseeded with rye, that they wouldn't pick up mud. They were wrong, obviously, and I think they made a mistake. I think for one day it's okay to put it in your hand and put it on a tuft of grass and clean the ball.
It's a decision for today. I mean, it's a conversation that could certainly be had moving forward if they feel it's necessary.
It's a conversation to have, but it's also a conversation to have because it could cost somebody the tournament.
When you see a golf ball dive hard left in the air, that's the telltale. And as soon as Xander looks up, you could miss that shot, but you're not missing it the way he missed it unless there's mud on the ball.
If you have mud on the ball, though, you can't shoot that thing up in the air and hit a full shot. You've got to put that ball down low and control it as much as you can.
That fair point as well. to 13. Ludwig not pleased with that one. He'll have to get up and down from the bunker where we saw Echeverria struggle earlier, left several in there, but he did play very well and shot 3 under par to 12.
And how about this difficult shot for Tom Kim? Again, this pin location today at the difficult par 4 12th has been giving these players fits. See, the other 2 players in this groupie didn't even hit the green. Neither did Tom Kim, so he's going to run and mark that. Ever the athlete.
It's never boring at the PGA with Tom.
Don't step in their line. Marked, safe. Oh boy. Now Bryson at 12.
Well, the wind coming out of the right, and this starts down the right-hand side.
You know, as long and far as he hits it, I bet he could take a whole chunk of earth out of the mud as we move to 13.
Speith on the tee, tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex.
Good hole location, just over the bunker on the left. There you see some moisture coming out of these greens.
That's going to take all of his talent.
Yep.
It'll be so quick.
All right, back to the tee at 12 and Hovland. Again, Curtis, this is a narrow hole, tough fairway to hit. You saw it there with Hovland. He's going to have tree troubles. We move to 14.
Morikawa famously drove it on the short par 4 at the end of his PGA victory.
I don't think that one was exactly in the middle of the face.
That's what, a good 30 yards short of the front of the green.
That will be awkward.
But John, it's nice when you mishit it. It still goes straight.
All right, Tom Hustle to mark it. Can he make par to stay at 3 under? So he'll drop one at 12. Coming off a birdie at 11, gives it back to move to 2 under. Let's go over to 13.
See what's facing over here.
Delicate bunker shot required here. My goodness.
How about those hands? That's lovely.
Ken Brown, can I ask you, this young man we all want to watch every time we turn on the TV. He's becoming a star over here, but I bet he's near hero status back at home, isn't he?
Absolutely. To have done so well. He's done so well in the majors as well. A very impressive player. Just a bit erratic on the greens at times, but definitely one to watch.
Cam Davis with his second at the par 5 7th. Very fortunate that it stayed up. May not have much of a stance, but very fortunate.
You're going to need a bit of good fortune. 72 holes of golf. The third for Pendrith here at 3. I'm sorry, Andy.
That's okay. He hit a beautiful shot, Scott. Is it going in? Yes, it is. Good call, Van Peasy. Nice 2. That's stealing some shots. We've seen a lot of shots held from off the green today. Some bombs on the greens.
Hole in 1.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, easy.
If you aim at it, it ought to go in once in a while, shouldn't it?
That's what I thought.
Yet one birdie still at 16 made by this man, Aaron Rye, for birdie at 4. And to his credit, he made the birdie with a 40-yard shot out of the rough. Still a birdie putt not made over there. We'll check in with guys in a bit if we go back to 14.
This is a tough little shot if he caters it on the green. He's got to hit awfully softly. He's able to put quite a bit of spin on that. He's going to have a quick 7-footer for birdie.
All right, there's the trouble for Victor Hovland off the tee. This is his second.
Yeah, and from 183 yards, Kind of a 6-iron. Keep it underneath the canopy of the trees. Try to scoot it up there. Ooh, that's carrying too far. That's gone.
We've seen it throughout the day. Now, that was trouble off the tee for Hovland, but with where that pin location is, it's giving these guys fits to even hold the green. It's now 12 starting to show its teeth a little bit over to 13.
Incoming car, guys.
Speith lofts it way up into the air. It'll never stop.
Even his short game. Such a tough shot when you miss these greens long, because just about every green slopes severely from back to front.
He knew it as soon as he hit the tee shot to 14.
Justin Thomas, as good a pitcher and chipper of the ball as there is in our game. 2.
Oh. He thought he made it, Andy.
Absolutely. I don't think there's anybody in the game that hits those shots as solidly and as purely as he does.
Well, I bet that pretzel is good. Look at that. Take a rip.
This is.
She wasn't even done with that one, and she was going in for more. Like Bryson, aggressive at 12, going over the tree.
That is unbelievable. That was from 115 yards. I mean, that tree is 35 feet tall, and he was probably 10 yards back. I have no idea how that happened.
He might not either, but
well,
it
I
did.
would go with that too.
Have another look at this shot. Curtis, how many muscles did you pull watching this?
Well, it's another way strength shows its face on a golf course. It's not only length off the tee, it's the ability to hit shots like this. Look at that. Or out of the deep rough, or long irons up in the air.
We've seen some of the best in the world today have to work in and around Quail. Davis not one of them, over at 7.
Yeah, very awkward shot, and it's going to come right back to his feet. Good luck that it got over the water. Not a very good situation. Now he's got a lot of work to do.
Tyrrell Hatton second, par 5 15. Dropped the club. He's
Tyrrell, it wasn't that bad.
He's furious. He'll go retrieve the weapon and then pull off the head cover and go putt for eagle. We'll see if Speith can make this one. Oh, he's dead on line. Put himself in danger with the tee shot long above this hole so quick, and that's now 3 in a row. He's bogeyed 4 of 5. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you by, in partnership with Rolex, I should say. 44-year-old Adam Scott, as we mentioned, approaching his 100th major championship. Competed in, of course, a Masters champion. And staring at this one.
If it looks like a long ways up for the second, it is. About 270 to the front of the green, and that'll be a tough third down the hill to the hole.
To the lengthy par 4 ninth. Zadenhout. On a fantastic line. And that's spectacular. 530 yards. And he's in position for just the 6th birdie of the day on that hole.
Back at the par 5 7th. Cam Davis, this long birdie putt. The first 2/3 up the hill, and then it goes back down.
Andy, we were talking a moment ago, why Why hadn't he won more often? Well, we just looked up his stats off the tee are not very good this year. Finished 5th at Pebble Beach earlier in the year, then missed 5 cuts in a row. So he's been struggling.
Oberg for up and down to stay in red numbers. That's well done.
So Colin Morikawa for his birdie attempt at 14. Very, very slippery coming back down the hill. Yes. Nice up and in from short of the green. That gets him back into red figures. Cam Davis, 6 under par, currently leading by 1. Playing some quality golf, has a little par save over at the 7th. How about Alex Smalley? Didn't know he was going to even be in the championship until yesterday afternoon as an alternate, and what a great start.
ESPN's coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship is brought to you by the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. Look at downtown Charlotte. This golf community always supports the event on this golf course. This week they get to cheer on 99 of the top 100 in a major.
Cam Davis cleaning up his par, the par 5-7. Remains 6 under.
To 5. Right. Beautiful approach. Center of the green. And let's see if Bezabno can make birdie number 6.
Just
as the saying goes, par on this hole is always good, but it's not nearly as good when you had that for 3.
Not there, though. I'm sorry. You hit a shot like that, you certainly want to take advantage of it.
To 12.
We saw the miraculous shot from Bryson over the tree, Billy.
Well, and the putt from 90 feet, this is unbelievably good.
So 2 incredible efforts out of Bryson. Still even over to 15.
And from the bunker.
Should land it short of the surface.
That was always going to be the problem, because that area is so damp and has held on to the moisture, and it grabbed it and stopped it right there. 14.
Oberg can do it 14. Looks like it's less than a driver.
311, wind helping off the left. Very narrow target.
Brownie, I think that one will work. Just
crackerjack.
What a great shot.
All right, now Hovland trying to save par. He walked after it thinking he did it. And it's been amazing watching some of these players struggle at 12. So Hovland will drop a bogey. Back-to-back bogeys for Victor. On the 1 under. Back to 15.
Tyrrell Hatton for eagle.
After that terrible 3-wood to this position.
Hey, he holds himself to a high standard. Go ahead, Tyrrell. That's beautifully judged. Hatton.
And taking advantage of the easiest hole on the golf course.
You better. 16, 17, and 18. All you want, and that's where Hatton heads. But he's 3 under. And you immediately wave goodbye to the easiest and step onto the tee for the most difficult.
I've got a stat for you. Since '03, when the tournament tour came here, including the PGA of America, the 1 through 15 is minus 455 under par. The last 3 holes during that stretch is plus 8,151.
You just made that up, but it makes the point.
No. 8,151.
Adam Scott.
Is that adjusted for today?
It doesn't make any difference.
Scott, no bogeys, but was hoping for better on 15.
Okay, now Bryson at 12.
Yeah, a couple of adjustments with the line. Should move left. It's a hell of a 2-putt.
Yep, as far as pars go, based on how Bryson got there, pretty good. Stays it even. All right, over to 14.
Jordan Spieth putting the ball from about 8 yards off the front of the 14th green. Easy. This is all downhill, down grain at this point, so just trickles by about 6 or 7 feet. A little wow on that one.
Eric Van Rooyen now on the tee at 17. And playing well today. 3 under par. Just 3 shots off Cam Davis's lead. A little bounce just off that real tightly mowed area.
That's your miss if you have to miss it there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A lot better than left.
Yep.
Oberg at 14 for eagle. Down the hill, breaking hard from left to right. This is definitely going to go right at the end. It's fooled a lot of players.
Now Joaquin Niemann has made his way to the final stretch. A bad day for him, 4 over. that is, without question, the approach of the day at 16. Average proximity still over 56 feet. And Joaquin will look to make 2 birdies there. That's
second for Morikawa here at 15.
That was from 271 up the hill.
That is that collar of rough.
But it will have plenty of green in which to work.
Back to 14.
Now Jordan Spieth trying to clean up the putt from off the front of the green. Pretty much straight up the hill. Needs just to get to 3 over. And he's got another birdie opportunity in the next hole. So he can finish strong. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear for every legendary moment. Stay still, always, forever. Some great shots from above Quail Hollow this week. It's nice to be able to see the ground. You couldn't see the ground from the bump the last 3 days.
Now Davis at 8. 342 yards. Aggressive as you like, Curtis.
8 for 12 fairways hit so far today.
Bunker's been a popular spot. Let's go back to 5.
And the birdie putt for Aaron Rai.
A little speedy, coming down the hill from left to right. Oh.
That is a beautifully struck putt that just missed. Rafael Campos, second at 1. Oh, it's beautiful. During the rainy practice rounds, saw him for about a hole and a half before we were called in. That's a man who has a smile on his face at all times. Easy to pull for. DeChambeau on the tee at 13.
We'll pull an 8-iron. Wind kind of dancing around left to right, right to left. It's going to be left of the flag.
Up against that sort of next cut, that's it. Be hard to get the clean club strike.
Holberg for his 2-putt birdie at 14 after that beautiful tee shot. Can he knock it on 15 and maybe get an eagle opportunity?
After Hovland lipped out on 12.
No, going one more club. It's a 7-iron. It's aggressive as well.
And he'll need to do what Oberg just did before him and try to get up and down to remain as Oberg did at the time at 1 under to 17.
Michael Block playing in another PGA, trying to curve one in at the 17th.
You're going to fly another one in?
And then turn around and ask anybody, did it go in? That's pretty dang good. He is still popular a couple years after what happened at Oak Hill.
He enjoys the stage.
He does.
And that's okay. That's great.
I don't blame him one bit.
No, not at all.
Our Corebridge Financial Team leaderboard.
It's his son Ethan, by the way, on the bag this week.
That's cool.
Enjoying the walk with his son. See if Campos can move to 3 under. pours it in. Has already played the most difficult section of the golf course. Keep that in mind as we see if he can add to that. Morikawa's third on its way.
That's up and over that spine and then right down to the hole. That's really impressive to lead it over that spine and short of the hole.
Hatton dead center of the fairway at 16. Neiman did make the birdie, making it 2 birdies on the day at 16, 1 off the fairway, so he made the first approach putt. Hatton's going to have his work cut out for him. So some movement in the afternoon groups on a perfect day to play golf in Charlotte. 107 PGA Championship returns to ESPN after this.
I could have danced all night, I could have danced.
Alexander fires a 3. Got it! Thunder taking game 5.
Jokic, one-legged 3.
Got it!
The pressure is on, I'm standing tall.
As we head towards the final couple hours of this opening round of the 107th PGA Championship, Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. A very interesting day where some of the best players in the world have struggled. Some players who don't have high profiles have played great, including at 8, Cam Davis.
Found the bunker off the tee. So certainly not what he had designed for a birdie putt length when he stepped to the short par 4 over to 6.
Par 3, Aaron Rai with some sort of a little hybrid. It's par 3 that's 241 yards. That was a little too much. We haven't seen many shots all the way back there.
Now we see DeChambeau.
This is tricky here.
Yeah, that edge right there, that is, you got to cover that and you don't. That's what you're going to get.
Thought so off that tee when you saw it roll right into that juicier Almost third level of the rough, Curtis.
Yeah, you see it up and then down and just trying to trickle it over the edge to get it to the hole. And, you know, if he goes 2 feet too far, it goes 15 feet by. So very tough shot.
16.
Adam Scott. Little hold back there. He's got some thicker grass behind the green. That's going to get his attention, though, now as we go to Morikawa.
Trying to move to 2 under par.
Slippery one.
Perfect. 2 in a row. Buckle up for the final stretch. Now DeChambeau is up and out of that one quickly.
Yeah. I think he would have been better off, Curtis, if he'd have been 15 feet on the other side of the hole.
Still not quite in.
We saw the tee shot. Michael Block turns it into a birdie at 17. Coming off a double at 16. It's a nice bounce back.
All right, so Davis for birdie over at 8. He's our leader by 1. Backs off it just under 20 feet. This one downhill. It's going to be quick. You see where he's aiming there to the left. You saw him tap that. That's a good putt from where he was. So Davis going to have that left for par to remain at 6 under. So he tries to get home and get into that clubhouse, remaining our leader after 1. Let's go to 14 and Tom Kim.
Tom Kim with his 4th shot, put it in the water. It certainly looked like it was going to go right in the middle of the hole. Edges are so sharp.
You know, he's been known to early celebrate.
Wicked lip out. Yes, I made it. No, I didn't.
So Davis 2 putts. Was in the bunker off the tee, and the short par 4 8th remains at 6 under, heads to the final hole, the 9th. Maintaining a 1-shot lead over to 6.
So that hybrid carry a little too far for Aaron Rai. So this is back all the way down this big green. What a beautiful little chip shot.
That's where the players, certainly they hit it longer than they did of yesterday, but they are so much better, I think, around the greens. The touch, the ability to hit the lofted shot. Now we're back at 13.
DeChambeau back to 1 over. Muttering, shaking his head. 16.
Adam Scott behind the green. He was working on a bogey-free card, and that's going to take every bit of his effort to maintain it. Not the first or the last to get got at the 16th as we go to the 15th.
Third for Speith.
120 yards, not too bad of a lie, but very tight front pin.
Tendency would be to come out left here. Right over top of the stick, but that'll be a quick one coming down the hill from left to right.
16.
Manhattan. Just 2 birdies at this difficult hole. Manhattan will make par to stay at 3 under. You make par at 16, you feel good. You make par at 17, you feel better. You get through that stretch. You're loving all of it. We love the PGA Junior League, bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. We've had an opportunity, Andy. We called a couple of those PGA Junior League tournaments.
One of my favorite events of the year. Watch all these youngsters handle the pressure and react to it. It's beautiful.
You just like the soft serve ice cream to the 15th.
Who doesn't? Oberg's third.
Control the spin. Well, threw it a little bit too far. Making a bit of a mess on the easy par 5.
16.
Does Adam Scott remain bogey-free? And that 16, you can have a clean card, pristine round working around here at Quail Hollow. You get to this hole and it'll make you think. So he'll drop a shot, move to 3 under, 3 off this man's lead.
And we see our leader, Cam Davis. After he won last summer, Curtis, he mentioned it. He was working with a hypnotherapist, trying to take a different approach and get his head back in the right place. He said he'll try anything, and if it doesn't work, he'll drop it. But
why not?
It's sort of the game in a nutshell, isn't it?
Well, most of the game is played between the 5 inches
between your ears
upstairs. So why not?
Victor Hovland going with the big stick at the drivable par 4 14th.
Yeah. That's a really good line there, Andy. Left to right wind.
Oh, it just trickled into that greenside bunker.
I mean, that was hit right in the center of the club face.
Let's take a look at all these tee shots. Red ones all over the place. See the balls in the water. Those are automatic bogeys. But a lot of opportunities, a lot of balls on the green. Fun hole. Now Bryson with some kind of fairway metal.
Yeah, this is a 3-wood. I'm back at the tee. I saw 3 head covers. I was curious.
This is very reachable with this club.
You know, he's hooked it back into the wind. Couldn't tell if it got to the bunker or not,
Guessing
Andy.
Bunker?
Okay.
Yeah, there's the ball in the middle of the bunker. That will not be the easiest bunker shot. Quite a bit of bunker to carry before you get to the green, and it's quite quick from right to left to 15.
Challenge for Speith.
Down the glacier, this is so quick.
Working its way back. Brownie, as you said, that is an awfully swift downhill putt. 16.
And Morikawa.
That's a 235.
We've seen 2 shots inside 13 feet today, all day on this hole. Back to 15.
It's like been a bit of an adventure. Found the fairway off the tee, hooked it way up the left bank, and got one coming out a bit fast. Went from one side of the green to the other. Lovely bit of fringe down the hill. Should be turning a little bit to his left.
Ken, how has Patrick Reed played today?
Pretty steady overall. One or two loose shots, a couple of loose tee shots he lost to the right, but generally not bad. He's a grafter.
Runner up here in 17, third at the Masters this year. This to get to 1 under. Oh, it was well judged. Excellent pace. 15's been the easiest hole, but still not easy. Have to execute every shot to 16.
Speaking of not easy, Justin Thomas out of the rough at 16.
Killed it off the tee. That was just 194 down the hill, but killed that one too.
Good job by the volunteer back playing dodgeball. Another shot for Justin Thomas. Off the green. Not going to be easy in its own right. Course amazing. We got out here Sunday and Monday, and this place was soaked. Amazing the conditions that it's playing in today. It's dried out pretty quickly. It's playing quick. Over to 15.
Speaking of quick, Oberg. Not as quick as he thought. Still 2 under on his round, 4 off the lead.
Stress-free so far, it looks like.
17.
Tyrrell Hatton, I don't know if he has a lot of totally stress-free rounds, even if he's playing really well.
Oh my God. That is.
See what I mean?
Worst fucking.
To 18.
Well, to 18. Blocked from the middle of the fairway. Right at it.
Well played. Good solid shots here.
17.
Adam Scott coming off his first bogey of the day. It's par 3 with such an intimidating visual of water all around this green. Oh, just got it over. Well, you wonder if that was a little bit of a mishit. This stretch of this golf course with the water and these holes, you could see parts of each hole from one another. Really remarkable. Again, not a surprise at all. 16, 17, 18, cumulatively 136 over par with 22 birdies and 23 balls in the water. More balls in the water than birdies.
Speaking of 16 in the green mile, Justin Thomas from the back of the green.
Way down below the level.
Justin Thomas. He has been grinding all afternoon. Now 3 birdies at 16, practically a birdie factory now. Have a look at these hands.
This is phenomenal.
Of the 3 birdies, 2 of them came from off the green. What can you say about Justin Thomas?
Like a meerkat.
Popped up out of nowhere. He has been working throughout the afternoon. I got to tell you, watching Justin Thomas go to 17 as we move to 9.
Great reminder, just stay in the fight. It's only Thursday.
He came out of it. Big long second shot, caught the tree. He'll be left with a difficult third over the bunker.
Remember now, Gerard got to 7 with an eagle on 15 and drop shots on 17 and 18. So Davis is at 6 and now has a lot of work to do to remain there.
Birdie opportunity at 7. It's very slow up the hill. Now Ben on. Anything in the red numbers today is a good start.
On 1, Elvis Smiley.
Gets him to red numbers. Good plan.
Somewhere I feel like our friend Boomer is saying Elvis left the building. Or something to that effect. We love you, Boom. You're in it.
Bryson with that very difficult bunker shot at 14. Played it very nicely.
Yeah, I would say that's upper level right there, Andy.
Yeah, that was not easy to stop it that quickly.
So we got some aim point happening at 16. Dustin Johnson.
Caddy's aim point now. I didn't know that.
Everyone aim points.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not everyone.
I think that Austin understands aim point better than Dustin does. And by the way, Dustin has putted terribly today.
We saw him miss 3-putt from 6 feet. Well, they continue to find their point via aim. We go to the 14th.
With another tough bunker shot. He's going to land it right on the little spine.
Just going to want to ease it down there, Andy.
A little surprised that didn't release a little better.
I know.
2 tough bunker shots played pretty darn well.
All right.
And back to DJ at 16.
Location honed to safe par for DJ. He missed that way left.
It's so off. It's hard to watch.
It's such a tough game too when you're not making any putts. You don't think you're going to make any putts because you don't see any birdies out there. You can't take advantage of your good shots. Now 17.
That's Hatton. Missed the green right. That's a good shot. Put yourself in a position to make your par 3. 17 now playing as the 3rd toughest hole today to 16.
Colin Morikawa trying to avoid dropping one. He's at 2 under.
By contrast, he's looked very good, particularly inside 8 feet today.
Yeah, John, he's just been steady. Nothing brilliant, nothing awful, but good enough to be at 2 under with 2 to play.
And interestingly, Curtis, I asked Joe as they were walking up to 16 if they had any mud balls today, and he said no, they've been okay.
To 18.
See if Block can finish with back-to-back birdies. Not to be. Mission Viejo, Arroyo Trabuco Golf Club.
All right, let's see what Sergio can do here at 14. Breeze out of the left. Probably need to hit a draw with it. If now a cut going with the wind, that's going to be up in that bank in the rough. But we've seen so many balls, and it's just such a tough up and in from there.
It looks easy, Andy, but with the wind coming out of the left, and most of these players hit cut shots now, it's hard to start it over the edge of that water.
Oh, we've seen how many 460+ foot putts made. This one from just inside 70 feet. Adam Scott. All right, we're not going to add to the total, but not bad. Shaking his head after that lag putt on 17. One more hole to go for Adam Scott to try to finish off what's been an excellent first round for him, but our current leader, fellow Australian Cam Davis, 1 shot ahead at 6 under par.
Here we go. Every year. Yeah, same question, still get them wrong.
The Wanamaker Trophy, which is 32 pounds. What weighs more, the Wanamaker or a NASCAR tire?
I would have to say the Wanamaker Trophy. It sounds like a trick question.
Tire's got to be more heavy. I would think the tire has to be lighter, so trying to keep weight down. Or maybe they're trying, I don't know. Let's go with Wanamaker.
If it was a guess, it was a good one, Bryson. We're just before 6 o'clock here.
But he was trying to figure it out, though.
Of course he is. That's what he does. He's a guy that figures stuff out.
Let's see if he's got this putt figured out. Slide from his left to right. And it just, that was wicked left to right.
And the third for our leader, Davis.
Looks like a pretty good lie to throw it up in the air.
He did that. Well, it's settled. That's reasonable.
Not bad.
He'll have that to post 65.
Ben on second at the 8th. Oh! Ben on, now 3 under. Went from Ben on to Ben in.
Ha, ha, ha.
An assist on that one from Andy North.
Now Rye with his second into the par 5 7th. He's throwing it up in the air. And we've seen so many balls left of this green, and that has not been an easy place to get it up and in. So many of the players are coming up short.
There's Duffner, a PGA champion, +6 on the day. Waggle that made him popular when he won that tournament. And that's a good tee shot for him and a look at birdie. Back to 9.
Davis shot 65 at Oak Hill in 2023 when he tied for 4th. This to match that, no. So he'll surrender that shot, which means that Gerard and Davis are your leaders at 5 under.
He'll be disappointed in that bogey, but overall, he's played a spectacular round of golf.
Hovland missed his birdie attempt. Now Bryson to clean up.
You know, just straight back up the hill. After that good bunker shot, a little disappointing, Andy.
Yeah, that's a green that you'd think he would have had no trouble getting to, even with the 3 medal. Just coming up short in the bunker. Over to 15.
Wyndham Clark.
From the front bunker. Should have plenty of green in which to work.
Great hands. That's spicy right there.
Well, well played too. Created speed to get the ball up. Got a little spin on it.
A winner here. And a major winner as well. To 16.
And Oberg is second from the fairway.
Just no stress in this swing at all.
We've seen a couple now consecutive holes, guys going deep back over the green. Justin Thomas just dunked his for a birdie, but Oberg a bit surprised as we move to 17.
Justin Thomas trying to keep the momentum going, man, as he's salvaging his round.
That's 5 iron.
He's got to have great memories of this hole. Made the birdie on the 71st hole, winning in 2017, the first PGA Championship here.
Yeah.
Back to 15.
Still, what do you like about the spot? Yep.
Bryson on the tee here at 15.
I think his sight line is directly over that second tree, that far tree down the left-hand side. Well, he split it. Absolutely split it.
And
That is perfect.
Have a nice day.
What a weapon to have in the bag. Eyeball that. Have a green light to try to get up there and make eagle, which is what Kim's looking for here. He's done it. And after a bit of robbery, I think, on 14, that was dead center, and the man whose star really exploded here in the President's Cup with Trevor Immelman's squad. That team got wrecked, but he was sort of a one-man band, and Kim buries that one. Beautifully done. 17.
Colin Morikawa.
Well, this is aggressive.
Wants it to get down. That big bounce. There is the rough there to stop it.
Second half of this green runs away from these players. That's what makes this one of the reasons it makes it so tough.
Good point. To 7.
Now Rye pitching it from that left of the green. That's one of the best pitches we've seen from over there. He was able to carry it up on the green, control the speed. Nice little short tap in for birdie.
So this is what was left for Oberg after his second at the 16th.
Not pretty, but half decent lie on upslope.
All things considered, with that coming back from par, Oberg at 2 under, trying not to lose any strokes on his way in. Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newton Square, Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. What a great weekend they had a week ago at the Truist, playing out there in Philadelphia. Some of the great golf up in this part of the country when the country finally thaws. And we'll see you next year from Wanamaker.
Rough sledding for the boys that are Cowboys fans that went last week. George Speith said he was hearing it from Eagles fans. That is a passionate bunch, and boy, you can't tell them anything at the moment. Of course, they're reigning Super Bowl champions. Cam Davis trying to become a PGA champion. Signing for some folks after a splendid round of 66.
Wyndham Clark, one of the longest hitters out here, makes his way to the 16th.
322 the bunker. Just right in the middle of the fairway.
Dead set, perfect for Wyndham.
Justin Thomas on 16 had a brilliant chip in. Now at 17.
This one down the hill super fast.
Just had to be careful. We have seen a lot of chip ins, haven't we, today? A lot of those little short shots hold.
Okay, back at 16 now in Oberg.
Got a great round going. And I was amazed he took on the flag to play, from my point of view. Anyway, it was middle of the green all day and all night. But anyway, he's got this to save his par. Pretty well played from where he was. This area of putting surface, I was watching it this morning, there's a bit of patchy grain. It's not easy to read.
So 12 feet to remain at 2 under.
Should move just a little bit to his left.
Moved it right, so Oberg gonna drop a shot at the 16th.
That's what drove me to the booth.
The 16th or putting?
Putting.
All right. Well, we're glad you're here.
You're very kind.
Back to Sergio.
Sergio for his birdie putt after pitching it down the hill. One of the very few players to get it up and in from that right-hand rough.
That is some outfit.
Stole it from Andy North.
All right, for his birdie at 7. Ooh, it's in now. That gets him to 4 under par.
This on 5. Tyler Collett. That's beautifully done. Collett's 4th career major appearance. Johns Island Club in Vero Beach, Florida. He put on a show, cruising to victory. Hatton.
185 up the hill. Flagstick back center, right just a bit. Oh, what a shot.
Brilliant. Surprising, 18 is the 6th most difficult hole. Through the years, it's been always 1 or 2. 17.
That is interesting. Players staying out of the water, I think, for the most part at 18. Morikawa. Do we have another one? We do! This is pretty amazing.
As you said it, Dave, I thought, don't we often see that in majors? It just feels like it's cream rises and.
Yeah, maybe you're right. This is.
Oh, it's
like
a lot.
Don't look now. Colin Morikawa is only 2 shots off the lead.
We agree entirely. It's just. It is a major, and you do have 99 of the top 100 in the world, including Adam Scott, staring at one on 18.
Another beautiful shot. Making it look easy. It is not. Can't see the surface of the green up the hill.
25th PGA Championship for the 44-year-old. It's the beauty of this game. You can develop a relationship with a player and you can enjoy him for decades. We figure to do that with DeChambeau. Green light from 221.
Good.
After a massive tee shot.
Center of the green. I've seen quite a few eagles, but like we saw with Kim, and to your point, Dave, they're pitching them in.
So this is the par putt for Justin Thomas.
It's just his 7th putt this side.
Wow. That's pretty remarkable. Hitting it close, making putts, chipping it in.
Speaking of chip-ins, here's Tom Kim. Did that back on 15, his 2nd at the 16th. Blind 2nd shot. He's lucky that came down. Of all the holes where you don't want to be blind on the 2nd, it's the 16th.
I got to think he might have had a little mud on that ball when it misses so far to the right, being so careful.
Now Brian Harman with this tee shot at 14. This is a nice line. Will it miss that bunker? Oh, what a shot. Hit awfully soft. That's going to be a very makeable eagle opportunity. Brian, even par for the championship. Get a chance to get 2 under very quickly.
Now,
16.
Hideki managed to stay out of the bunker off the tee.
There you can see the flag stack just on top of the bunker, just seeing the top of it.
212 yards left. 1 under on the day. Another player off the back of the green at 16. Hideki even on the back 9, 1 under for the tournament. He's going to need every bit of his skill set to get up and down from there.
I don't know what he was accomplishing or what he was working on, but he really wanted to figure it out. I think this is a world-class talent, but a grinder as well. What did they say? He had 22 different clubs out there on the range the other day, trying to find the right mix for the bag. Awesome putting in the pouring rain.
Wyndham Clark was long off the tee. He's got a good look now for the second.
You have to shoot it out to the right of the hole location, because left of the hole it slopes off to the left and beyond away. Big green, but you still have to be careful on where you land this second shot. Biggest green on the golf course, Matt.
Stepped off to take a look at the wind. Seen a couple of players over the last couple of holes go long. Wind is picked up throughout the afternoon. Maybe confusing the players. Good to dry out the course, however.
It's perfect, bud.
Okay, all things considered, dead center of the green, pin high. You heard the conversation, said it was perfect, so he'll have a look at birdies. We check in with Michael Eaves.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. 2 years ago at Oak Hill, you shot 65, Cam Davis, in the final round to finish tied for 4th. One shot short of that today, but now you're tied for the lead after the first round. What was most comfortable about your game here today?
I mean, the swing is feeling a little better, but I rolled a lot of really good putts in today, so they were starting to get a little bit bumpy towards the end of the round, and they were a lot different to the greens that we were practicing on earlier this week. But yeah, I was reading them well, and I made a lot of good distance putts to kind of keep the momentum going. So yeah, it was a very nice day to see putts go in. Yeah.
You said the swing is feeling very nice. Your first 4 events of the year, you had 3 finishes, top 18 or better, and then you had a stretch where you missed 5 straight cuts. What was that process like to get back to the point where you could go out and shoot the score you did here today?
Some digging deep. It's a pretty lonely place out here when you're not playing well. Only playing 2 rounds a week for a little while there was. It's not some place I haven't been before, but at the same time, every time you're there, it feels like it's a little bit harder work to get back out of it. But you know, I've been working really hard. It hasn't stopped. But yeah, this week, I feel like the swing just felt a little bit better in practice, and you know, now I switched up my putter this week and started rolling some putts in. Now I wonder why I wasn't using that putter earlier. But it's you know, both of those things, I would love to maintain them throughout this week, because it was very nice to see today.
You mentioned the difference between the practice rounds and the first round today. What are you expecting playing conditions tomorrow when we get more sun and more wind potentially?
It's going to be a combination of things. It's going to be harder to hold greens, but the greens are just going to get smoother and faster. So obviously more important to be in the fairway as the week goes on. Stopping the ball and the greens out of the rough is going to get more and more difficult, but at the same time, like, the putts are just going to roll nicer and nicer. So today, honestly, they were in a really good spot. The course is still a little bit damp, but the greens have held up really well with the sub air. But yeah, just more and more time with sun and a little bit of wind, and by the time Sunday comes around, I'm sure they're going to be very firm and very fast, exactly the way they would want it.
Well, solid showing today. 7 circles on your card. Nothing wrong with that. Cam, appreciate the time.
Thank you.
All right, send it back out to the golf.
So refreshing to hear someone speak about the highs and lows, the real life out here. As he said, getting lonely when you're by yourself, missing 5 cuts in a row. But he's worked hard. That's what you have to do. And he's come back, as we just watched Viktor Hovland for a moment. Now we're over at 18.
See if Adam Scott can finish with yet another birdie here on 18. Not quite. Disappointing not to cash in what was an excellent approach, but at the end of it all, 69.
Brian Harman with his eagle attempt at 14, hang up there. Just going back up the hill just enough to slow it down. Being a little bit careful. But a nice tap in birdie. Gets Brian 1 under par. Open champion. a couple of years ago.
15 eagles on the golf course. 6 of them have come on this hole.
Billy, it's on his way.
Well, the only thing that could stop it would be the flag stick or the hole.
Large greens means you can get some long undulating putts.
Believe he said, how is it that fast? Got away from him and will be far more than he bargained for birdie to 17.
Oberg on the tee at the par 3. Get him to launch that tee shot way up there. I mean, not bad. You get it another 5 yards and you got a chance to get it really close, but that's a good shot.
Hatton for birdie in a round of 68. There we are. Give us a smile. That's an excellent round of golf. Bryson for birdie.
It's be a good one to get.
Back up the hill.
And put some speed behind it, but just like that.
Big
fist pump.
To let that drive have been wasted would have been a shame, and it was not. Fights back to even again. And
plays with a lot of emotion. It's fun to watch.
But it is kind of amazing. Some of the drives he's hit, that's only his 2nd birdie of the day. So I think that exhale from DeChambeau, Speith, he came up well short on 17. Some good touch there, but he'll have that left for par. He's 4 over for his first round. And he's looking frustrated. To 8.
And Aaron Rye at 8. Shorter par 4 dead center. Good look for Rye. He's battled back and forth, but now just 1 shot off the lead from 101 yards. See if it comes back. It does. Aaron Rye gonna have that birdie putt to tie the lead at 5 under to 18.
Somehow go right.
Thomas's approach on its way, and oh, he got lucky. And from there, I don't know if there could possibly be.
I don't know if he's going to be able to hit it. He might try, but well, what a disappointing finish there after coming back from 4 over.
See Morikawa's plan of attack.
Well,
limited options.
They considered slamming it up into the hospitality tent across the creek. That actually clipped some trees coming out.
Oh. What a mess.
Not too sure what he was trying there. Pitch it out. Give yourself an opportunity to make par with your 3rd and a putt and eliminate double bogey. That's now not the case.
So the green's wide open, and Johnson is landed on the green. Will it stay there?
I think he'd rather pitch it than hit another putt.
Well, ends up against Collar, and it's going to be heavy lifting for this group. Another look at Thomas's approach, which hit a rock.
At this point, looks like he might get lucky.
And yes and no, not in, but no shot. And it's been such a fight after the poor start. See the shoulder slump. You got to just gather himself. Check back on that as we go back a hole to 17.
Ludwig Åberg, long birdie putt. And I don't think he's all that optimistic that it's going in. Based on that walk, that was way short. It's been an interesting year for him. He's been really good still off the tee. Just the rest of his game hasn't been quite as good. To 16.
And Viktor Hovland. Makes his way to 16, 17, 18, and 2 under.
Well, he's going directly at that bunker, but it's going to be short.
Fairway for Hovland. We'll still have plenty of work to do. Now Bryson.
Well, we're going to wind one up here. This is large. This is large.
340 something to carry the bunker.
Oh,
he has done
my
that.
God.
Oh,
okay.
I thought the whole idea of moving the tee back was that nobody could do that.
Yeah, well, he just did it by 15 and then some to 17 and over.
Oh, it's not fair.
I hope Mr. Harris isn't watching. They back that thing up again.
No kidding. That's from 10 feet out to save par. That's a big putt. Prevent back-to-back bogeys. Stay 1 under par. That's a nice one from Åberg.
Morikawa has dropped here.
John, what was he trying to do on the second shot?
Well, he was trying to lay it up on the other side of the creek and be about 50 yards closer than he is now.
Gives me a little buffer. Straight at it. Yep.
You think that was a smart play?
I mean, I think if you're going to be dumb, go all in and go ahead and hit 5-iron and bang it around the hospitality area and drop it up there.
Sit right there. All right. All right, let's see what options Thomas has.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, I do know that he's quite capable left-handed.
It looks like he might be able to get steep on the ball and
laces are coming up. All right, here we go.
It looks like he can get steep on the ball and jam it into the face of the hill on the other side of the creek.
Can you just to kind of hold on to, so like hold, can you hold it, you know what I'm saying? You want to slide down? Literally sit down.
Well, it wouldn't be late afternoon coverage of the PGA on Thursday without some clothes coming off.
Yeah, it is.
Matt Minister and Justin trying to work out a plan.
I've got the water temperature at about 74.5.
In theory, it looks like it'll work, but when you have to get so steep,
you could whiff this.
That was something I didn't want to say. He can catch that rock on the downswing and never hit Mother Earth.
Yeah, I feel like I can aim. I'd aim this over here and just kind of hit it over that way. You know what I mean? I just commit to stay. More room coming this way. Yeah, like, you know, over toward the left side of the fence. Yeah. It's more the fact that it's a lot better chance to make it 5 than obviously have to get it down. But, you know, I'm not trying to lift it up. I just. No, that's why I'm saying Yeah, if we can get it just on the fringe or the first cut over there, we'll be better off.
And if you do hit it, you're probably going to hit it way too hard. Just trying to make sure you get it. There's a lot of things that could go wrong here and very few that can go right.
It's like he's going to commit to this shot and try to pull it off. That's incredible.
No, it's better than that. Something you don't practice very often back at home.
Well, I did walk the back nine with him yesterday. Did not see him with a shoe off attempt anything like this at any point in time. Actually had an issue with his little toe. I believe it was the other foot. Let's take some looks at this, fellas, and just assess the degree of difficulty and the execution.
I mean, he's got to get up and down now, right?
Well, when you're hitting a shot like this, it's all about your hand-eye coordination, nothing else.
Had to see it in his mind and then be able to pull it off, because it's nothing you'd have practiced.
Tremendous.
Birdied 3 in a row. He's fought back to get to 1 over and that chance to save par.
So while JT was doing a sock hop at 18, Hovland at the 16th, his second.
And this from 228. Actually, a little bit of help from the wind. That's a 5-iron. May grab some green. Well, no, it's going to continue on towards the rough on the left.
Victor putting together a solid round at 2. Now to 8, and Aaron Rye to tie the lead at 5 under. Just under 6 feet. And he's going to want that one back.
He's had 2 of those, Matty, that just burned to edges. 5 very nearly went. And now that one.
And Bryson, after a 362-yard drive, is probably in a pitching wedge now. 171 yards.
Well, he's going to take a little off, maybe with a 9-iron.
Well, the sacrifices.
And I think that's just understanding this hole location. Yep. I know that's 50 feet to the right of the hole, but sometimes that's what you have to do.
Now Morikawa. The attempted layup went all wrong, and that will cost him.
Almost started with the poor tee shot out to the right, but then a poor decision.
Still around under par.
Yep.
Not unlike Rory at the Masters. Played better than the final score in the first round, but the one mistake there cost him 2.
Very solid round of golf. Looked like it was stress-free for the most part until the last.
Yeah, he didn't need to make the second mistake. That's what caused him the double. It's pretty easy to make a 5 from over there, Curtis.
Well, absolutely. You're not going to hit it in every fairway. You're going to miss some shots, but recovery is how you keep the momentum and scores going, how you win golf tournaments.
Well,
now for the
momentum. Incredible save. Can Thomas get up and down?
Well, the only green he didn't one putt on this side, he chipped in. A lot of break from left to right in this putt, though.
Unable to make what would have been a miraculous 4. 73 for the 2-time PGA champion, Justin Thomas. Just past 6:30 here. Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. Gerard and Davis continue to lead at 5 under. Rai will have an opportunity to join them. Viktor Hovland still on the golf course, 2 under par. And NBA countdown coming your way, 7:30, and Denver needs it. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder have been brilliant in fourth quarters. Nikola Jokic was absolutely out of his mind in Game 5, but the Nuggets were unable to win. Jamal Murray battling illness. Will he be available? That's at 8:30. We take a look at how the famed Green Mile is playing, 16, 17, and 18. 16 is the most difficult hole on the golf course, surpassing both 1 and 18 from years past. Speaking of 18, Oberg has found the pine straw off the tee. We'll have to scramble from here.
Ooh. Ken Brown, did he catch a limb coming out of there?
Got lucky.
Well, got through, but his third will come from the deepest rough on the golf course, which isn't U.S. Open deep, but it's very, very dense. Let's take another look.
Well, he looked like he had some bit of a window, but got the ball up in the air too quickly. Caught the limbs and came down, but he had to hit a low burning cut, which is one of the tougher shots you want to try to execute.
Viktor Hovland's third at the 16th. Hovland! The chip-ins continue. And of the 4 birdies at the 16th, gentlemen, 3 have come from off the green. Who needs to putt? We are witnessing Dr. Chapinskys everywhere now as we go to 17.
We haven't seen many in that bunker, have we? Not too many today at the par 3. Long bunker shot for Tom Kim. Had a good bunker shot, really good. It's not easy. He'll have that left to save par. Back to 16.
And Bryson's got the putter in hand, which means birdie's probably not going to happen, but he's going to give it a whack. So after the 362-yard drive, a stress-free par coming at the 16th, we go to 9.
4 under. It's Aaron Rai.
With a hybrid, get it way up in the air. From this distance, hybrids are so much easier to hit than those long irons.
Okay, that's beautiful.
Beautiful shot.
Getting better all the time.
Great shot.
Rai. Opportunity to join the lead, playing in his 3rd PGA Championship. Here, 5. Magic trick in the air. Ball from Campos seemed to levitate momentarily. A little technical glitch, but the shot was spot on. Spectacular.
How about PGA champion Shawn Micheel at the 6th? Played pretty well, 3 over par.
Doesn't play a whole lot anymore. Would like to play some of the Champions Tour, but look out!
Almost.
Said he's only played 1 tournament this year, so good to see him here. Good to see him hitting good shots like that. Who can forget the last shot he hit at Oak Hill?
One of the all-time greats.
One of the always nice to tap in and say thank you for the trophy.
Truly was. Oberg's 3rd was on the way as we joined the coverage of that shot, and a sensational one at that. As Oberg try to complete a round under par.
That would be 2 good par saves in a row for Ludwig.
Still 1 under. The 3rd for Speith. Not an uphill putt to try to make par.
You know, he drove in the middle of the first hole, then just kind of whiffed an iron shot and just didn't set the tone for the day.
3rd for Justin Rose at 15, and a touch of class there, and worth mentioning, you could not handle defeat with more grace. You can honor yourself in defeat, and he did, with how he embraced his friend Rory McIlroy. Twice that man has been low after 72. Nobody beat him at Augusta. Didn't win either green jacket. Lost both in playoffs.
Good point.
To 17.
Tom Kim saved his par. The only player all day to be in that bunker and make a par. And now Hovland on the tee at 17.
That is a great start line.
Yeah, right where the shots that have gotten close have been on that line, and you need to land it. I mean, it's such a small area.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
That is unlucky.
Now Bryson's turn.
I'll just cruise a little 7-iron in there.
Seven.
Oh. Is that any good?
From 227.
Is that any good?
It might go in.
Get in.
Oh my gosh. One of the hardest par 3s in the world. And he almost made it. I know we've been talking about all the chip ins and hole outs. This would have topped them all, wouldn't it? It is the perfect shot. Birdies have been hard to come by for Bryson today. He's going to tap that one in and have his 3rd. Wow.
Yeah, he does practice a lot at his house trying to hole out, you know.
He does.
So would have just been another one.
True.
Actually, no, it wouldn't have been. Incredible shot from DeChambeau. And here Rose. caddy Fooch removes the flag, and that's a birdie in what has been a difficult first round. Speith to save par.
It's been a ragged old back nine. Only hit a couple of fairways, a couple of greens. He's scrapped well, but can't afford to do that. It's been a big struggle.
That was always right, wasn't it, Brownie? And disappointment as it's 76 as his 9th attempt to win this championship, the Wanamaker, which would complete the career slam. The first 18 would make that a very unlikely occurrence here. Let's see if Oberg could make this one. What do you see in it, Ken?
Not an awful lot, and it'd be an amazing par, because I thought he'd chip it out sideways, but he had to aim at the little river and jump at a bit of cut spin. That's why his ball went and clipped the tree. So this to save his par. What a bonus.
Just love how he goes about everything he does, whether it's a putt or a shot. Steps in, goes about his business quickly, picks his line, and that is a tremendous 4 from a spectacular talent.
Looks like he doesn't worry about the outcome because there's nothing he can do about it.
Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code Birdie to get started today. Another attempt for Rye to tie the lead.
Pretty flat, a little bit from his left. That would have been like stealing a shot from the field.
Truly. We've seen quite a few of Rye's shots. He's had just sort of technically an awfully clean round. To say better than 67 feels silly, but it almost feels as if he's played better than that. You can't do much better than this man did on 17.
I would say officially 3 inches. The average distance to the hole at 17, 61 feet. That was a little bit better than average. What a 2. It sure looked like it was going in the hole right there, didn't it?
Was just carrying slightly too much pace for the break to allow it to drop, huh?
Okay.
We have had a hole-in-one today. That was on number 4. Matt, you were on it.
Yeah, this was perfect 7-iron, and Cole just a couple of hops and in. On a day, gentlemen, where, look, we've seen some of the best in the world fight their way around the course, but we've had a number of highlights. Long putts, chip-ins, hole-in-ones. It's certainly been a day where the course has shown its teeth at some of the best in the world, but we've also had plenty of highlights.
You know, anybody can do what we've seen today, make some shots, chips and putts, but nobody can hit it where this guy hit it over on 16.
You mean, no, the 360,
yeah.
And you don't hit 7-irons, 227?
Rye finishes up. Sensational round. Just the 1 shot dropped on 18, and it's a round of 67. On 5, Jonathan Vegas. Yes, sir. Johnny Vegas with 2 in a row and a par 5 to play. 17.
So here's Hovland and Billy. You call that result a little unlucky. He hit a really nice tee shot.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, you know, to have to negotiate this shot, and even though it's pretty flat, it's not that easy because of contact.
He took a really lofted club there, Billy. Surprising. The more loft you use, the more room, the more error is a possibility.
Absolutely.
Get it on the ground. Get it rolling like a putt. You hit the pitch a little more solid, the better.
First round of the PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow continues. Gonna get these final groups of the house. See if anyone can join the lead at 5 under. Take a look at the FedEx Cup standings. Rory McIlroy just ahead of multiple winners Sepp Straka, Justin Thomas, Scotty Scheffler, Andrew Novak, all winners after the Masters. All right, we see Kim second now on 18.
This is dangerous.
He hates it. And there's very little green to work with. It's going to take a bit of magic.
Downhill the hole, downhill bunker shot.
Tom McKibben for his birdie attempt at 14. Down the hill super fast. Catch some hole. There you go. That gets him to 1 under. Score in red numbers today is a good start.
Clark into the creek off the tee. Will play his third. On the left, ball below his feet.
Yeah, I totally agree. Coming down on the flag. Back. Perfect. Come on. One good shot here.
John Ellis giving him a attaboy, words of encouragement.
Tough to keep your balance, hit the ball solidly. Look fat. Andy, we talked about it yesterday walking. They continue to try to hit driver. If you lay up to the bunker, which is right at 300, the fairway is almost 35 yards wide, and they're still going to hit a 6 or 7 iron in.
Right. The fairway is so much wider just short of that bunker, but you know, the way the guys play today, it's just hit driver every hole.
Yeah.
It just makes this a more difficult hole, in my opinion.
So he'll have much work to do. Back on the tee. We've seen monster drives on 15 and 16. He nearly holed it on 17.
Well, he didn't automatically go to the driver, but ultimately decided on the driver.
There you see the aerial view. He's got to go down the left edge of the fairway to keep it in the middle of the fairway. Just a tiny movement to the left, and there you have it.
That's over the bunker, way into the crowd.
Hit and drop.
And I'm not saying you have to play defensive off the tee, but you have, if you're not comfortable, do what's right. Put it in the play. Put it in play.
I asked Jack Nicklaus one time how he decides what he hits off the tee. He said, I stand on the tee and I look at it with the driver. If I don't feel comfortable, I go to 3-wood. If I don't feel comfortable, I'll go down to whatever club I'm comfortable hitting it in the fairway.
I remember you sharing that story at Wingfoot after Phil Mickelson on the 72nd hole.
Really tough shot here, downhill to the hole, and trying to get cute and didn't get it out of the bunker.
As we described when he knocked it in that bunker, so little green to work with, was going to have to land it just barely out and was unable to. And so, not unlike Morikawa, Justin Thomas, groups that preceded Kim, has done a lot of heavy lifting, and we're seeing it happen to Clark here as well. I mentioned earlier, 18 has not played statistically as difficult as it has through the years, but there's a big number lurking at any moment. 4th for Clark.
Pretty good shot. Hold right there. Out of that deep rough.
I have to make that to avoid dropping 2 here. And his breakthrough victory here in record fashion. Now, for the second time, Kim playing his 4th.
Now this has to land just on the edge of the green.
Just touch further than you suggested, Curtis, and he'll have that for bogey. Sorry, handing him the putter, and Victor Hovland 2 off the lead on the tee. Goodness. See if there's a line of sight issue and if there's relief to come. McKibben, after birdie on 14.
Good looking shot there. Maybe was hit hard.
Well, that'll be tough.
That'll be tricky.
Have to try to land it probably short of the green, carrying in a pace to get through, and we'll check back with that in a moment. The 6.
Johnny Vegas, he's to 4 under par at the par 3. should stay at 4 under. So as the day's gone on, he's crept up the leaderboard. Oh, some mallards, Curtis.
Yes, a lovely pair.
Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the drive in every champion, still, always, forever. More golf shots, maybe more wildlife still to come here at the PGA.
Coverage of the 107th PGA Championship continues from Quail Hollow. You see what Bryson is dealing with. We'll get back to his issues in a moment. Can Kem make the bogey after leaving one in the bunker? Oh, that's unkind. Wyndham Clark made his lengthy bogey putt. Tom Kim grinded hard to get a couple under, gives them both back. Even par after 18 holes. All right, we're just past 7 East Coast time. There's a win or go home game for the Nuggets at 8:30 Eastern NBA countdown coming at the bottom of the hour. We're with you until then. Victor Hovland went left. Bryson DeChambeau went right. Hovland from the left rough. There's a look at it.
Yeah, actually had to take relief from the chalets. 220. I mean, ball below your feet.
That ends up in the bunker. Saw the difficulty just a moment ago of maintaining your posture and your angle. Getting clean contact in the rough. And here's what we've got. You see that DeChambeau's certainly not the first to end up over here.
No, 182. And I mean, you just have to keep it so low. Or you can take it upstairs.
And that comes up short of the bunker. But the power, Curtis, that you talk about, just to be able to muscle it through that rough and go up and over, on display.
Well, you saw that that size of the divot. Now back over at 15, McKibben.
22-year-old, lives in Dubai, born in Northern Ireland. Oh, that's a bit of class right there.
What a shot, what a touch.
Taps in for birdie. Now Woodland in the middle of the fairway. We had one of each.
Well, he had a nice up and down back at 17. Good drive here. Good looking iron shot. Outside 175 yards.
Go ahead, Woody.
It's been a tough day, but it's a nice way to finish.
See if he can add to the birdie collection on 18.
Hard not to root for this guy.
Agreed.
Injuries last number of years. Of course, we've had the brain surgery to remove a benign tumor. Frightening for he and his family and all of us.
But just vulnerable about the struggle and so open about his appreciation for the way that the community of the game has wrapped their arms around him. Woody is absolutely one of the best there is. And he has a massive family within the game that truly love him. And he's just happy to be out here doing his thing. And we're happy to be able to watch him.
He'll come back. He's too good an athlete. Determined.
Now this is Campos with his third shot out of the bunker at the 7th, playing down the hill. Oh, was able to put enough spin on it. That was really well done. That will get him 4 under.
That's bravery defined. Yesterday in rehearsal, they were showing video of a snake. Don't like them. Heights. It's a whole other thing. I don't know what's worse. But we appreciate the men and women working hard for us to give us that particular shot right there. Beautiful look at a beautiful but very difficult hole. Into hour 13 of the coverage. Appreciate those of you that were up early on ESPN Plus or at any point in the coverage.
This is pretty doable, Billy Kratzer, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, now that I kind of think about the wedge coming up and over the trees, he took that variable out of maybe the club grabbing and turning the ball left into the penalty area left. It's pretty smart. And this is pretty straightforward. It just all depends on the first bounce, Curtis. If he gets that firm first bounce, he can get it all the way up to the hole because it's uphill all the way.
Yeah, it looks like he's got some type of wedge, putting it back in his stance, going to hit a low burner. Almost.
Close.
Not pleased with it. Take another look.
You see, he had the ridge just short of the hole to climb, and he's not happy, but very makeable par save.
He's able to make it. Think a bit about Scotty Scheffler as well. Neither had their very best, but Scotty shot 2 under par. Bryson would have that for a round of 1 under par, and there's still 54 holes to go for 2 of the very best in the world. Hovland's third.
Well, the bunker play has been good today. He's been able to get it up and down when he's been in the bunker.
sit right there.
That's another good shot.
Excellent.
Good to see him back playing well. He struggled for the last year and a half or so, and struggled early this year until all of a sudden, out of the blue, he won in Tampa. Surprised him and everybody. But Andy, you know, when you all of a sudden you win, it just changes your entire attitude, your confidence level.
You forget how great he was during the FedEx Cup a couple of years ago. He was amazing. It's nice to see him back in contention again.
You know, we talk about, tournaments disrupt traffic patterns. They disrupt everything in town for a good reason, a good cause. But these guys have had it tough this week.
Actually, they have it. It's a good weather for a duck, they say, right? When it rains, it's been pretty good weather for them the last 4 or 5 days.
Yes,
17.
The familiar rehearsal of Justin Rose at 17. It's worked. Trying to work his way back to the left. But short on that tightly mown area. All right, now back to 18.
Yeah, we've seen this putt plenty of times, Scott. It's just slightly uphill, and as you see, just a bit from the right.
Yeah, pretty much locked in right here, Curtis. I mean, he took a long, hard look at this.
Oh. Started left from the start.
It did. Prior to that putt, were 47 rounds in red numbers. 16 of them were 1 under, and we will lose one with Bryson dropping a shot here on 18.
All right, playing with Justin Rose, Brian Harmon. He's got it to 1 under par. Good line.
This is a good 4-1, eh?
Just wanted a little bit more, get it over that ridge. Didn't quite do it. Hovland at 18.
A log jam at 3 under. Hovland trying to remain there.
And Curtis, it's a putt that's directly opposite of what we just saw from DeChambeau, except it's down the hill.
See exactly where that line is looking, Billy. And it doesn't come back as much as he thought.
Looked like he hit a good putt.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like he hit it where he was looking, didn't it,
It
Curtis?
looked like it was going to dive, much like Bryson's putt, but it just didn't do it.
Well, it wasn't the putt that caused the bogey. It was a tee shot. Still a good round this afternoon.
The man that has back-to-back top 3 finishes in this championship begins this one with a round of 69 to 7.
Campos at the par 5 7th to get 4 under after that nice play from over the green. He's got another birdie hole coming up at 8.
And that concludes Bryson's day. Even par.
Yeah, let's go back over in the front 9 to the 7th and see what Johnny Vegas is doing. After a perfect tee shot, have no trouble reaching this green in 2.
Seguimos con el patrón.
Starting to lose a little bit of the light. A few clouds have come in. We've seen so many players bail out to the left, and then that leaves a fairly difficult pitch. Start left, trying to cut it.
I think it's the hardest hole location on the hole. This little plateau there in the front left.
Easy. And talk about a fast putt coming back down the hill. And he knows it.
Ay, qué linda la hice. Ay,
Thorbjornsen now his second at the 8th. Still 10 groups out on the course. Still grinding on that front 9 as they started their tournament at the 10th. Back to 18.
For birdie. For Gary Woodland. Yes, sir. 14th birdie of the day at 18. So a couple of bogeys and the one birdie for Woodland.